my own race results, I have been an athlete since I was a kid. I am a runner today. It is fundamental to my identity. When I look at race results of my own, I'm not even a fast woman, and every single race I have won from when I was, or ran from when I was a child to adult, I have passed many men. I've arrived at the finish line before them, and many of my women competitors also did the same. Sure, we see in running, swimming, and cycling any race result, looking at the Juneau Ridge Race, Mount Marathon, any of these races that we have in Alaska, and similar Nordic ski races. Men in
2.5 minutes.
Okay.
It goes quick.
I just want to say to the trans women out there and trans girls, I want you on the starting line with me. I want to compete with you. And if you win, I want you to know that I will celebrate your wins with you. You are loved and you belong. You do not deserve this kind of discrimination. You belong in women's sports, and we as a community of women athletes want you with us. Thank you.
All right, and it was Ms. Zink?
Zink Hatcher, yes.
Hatcher. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, sir, if you care to come up and state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Holland. For the record, my name is Morgan Lim. I'm a Juneau resident, and today I'm testifying on behalf of Planned Parenthood Alliance Advocates Alaska. Planned Parenthood Alliance Advocates strongly opposes SB 140, a blatantly discriminatory bill designed to exclude trans girls and deny them the ability to participate fully in school sports and in their school community. Like so-called bathroom bills, SB 140 is a part of a coordinated nationwide attack aimed at erasing and excluding trans people from sports, school communities, and all aspects of public life. Trans youth should be treated with dignity and respect and should have the opportunity to live a healthy life just like everyone else. Denying trans students the opportunity to participate in sports strips them of many benefits associated with school sports, including better self-esteem and improved grades. Like all other students, trans students deserve the same chances to learn teamwork, sportsmanship, leadership, self-discipline, and to build a sense of belonging with their peers. When trans athletes are excluded from participation on a sports team that aligns with their gender identity, the result is often exclusion from sports altogether. This leads to stigmatization and isolation of trans students, which undermines students' health, safety, and social and emotional development. Trans kids want the opportunity to play sports for the same reason other kids do, to be a part of a team where they feel like they belong. We encourage lawmakers to see this bill for what it is really about. Whether LGBTQ people should be treated fairly in all aspects of life, or whether they can be unfairly targeted and excluded just because of who they are. Planned Parenthood Alliance Advocates Alaska strongly urges members of the Senate Education Committee to oppose this bill and not pass it out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan Lim, right at 2 minutes. Next up, I have David Ignell. And once again, state your name, put yourself on the record, and offer any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes.
Long time no see, Senators. Good morning. My name is David Ignell, and my website is poweredbyjustice.com. My mission is straight out of Proverbs 31:8 in the Old Testament, to speak up for the rights of those who need an advocate. Senator Hughes and Holland, you know of my attempts before the Senate Judiciary Committee to protect the constitutional rights of all Alaska citizens. My work is all about fairness, about the equality our Constitution requires. My commitment to this pursuit is unquestioned by legislators in this building on both sides of the aisle. I've wrestled with this bill since I learned about it on Wednesday. I've given it a lot of thought. Part of me is in favor of it, but a bigger part of me is opposed to it. I hope you will give me a few minutes to explain my thoughts. They may help some proponents who are on the fence like I have been, or maybe some who have stopped short of evaluating all the issues and withdraw.
Mr. Ignell, you won't have a few minutes today. You have another minute or so.
You know, it is what it is. Conversely, you know, it's all about justice, right? Conversely, it may lead to both sides to compromise. Isn't that what we're here about? The easy issue with this bill is getting rid of the language giving adults the right to sue and seek damages. One thing I've learned about youth sports as both a player and a coach: keep the parents out of it. Let kids have fun while they're trying to win. I'm also against any legislation that practically baits lawyers to file lawsuits, which I think this bill will do, especially with where youth sports are concerned. But the bigger issue for me is one of fairness. For me, the intent behind this bill is a big question mark. Is this bill about legislating one set of moral values over another using youth sports as a prop? Your bill certainly stirs up some bad memories for me. My senior year, our basketball team was robbed of a state championship by school administrators who allowed a 21-year-old man eligible to play for East Anchorage. My coaches gave me responsibility for guarding this guy. I was only 17 years old and didn't have much of a chance. He scored something like 47 out of 63 points, and we lost by a couple. A dream made possible my sweat and blood was shattered. 45 years later, I look up at the championship banners in the Juneau gym and remember this guy's name. I still feel robbed of a state basketball title. I certainly understand how some biological girls could feel if forced to compete against transgender girls who have physical advantages over them. But my bad experience didn't wreck my career. A college coach watching in the stands offered me a scholarship afterwards. Maybe he was.
You're over at 2:30. I'm gonna have to actually
Okay,
consider
sure.
wrapping it up.
Maybe he was impressed by my resolve to beat the odds and keep our team in the game, which I did. There's so much more to sports than just wins or losses. My high school coaches taught me a valuable life lesson. There's no reason to walk off the court hanging your head if you did everything you could to win. The proponents of this bill submitted an Air Force study finding transgender women have a 20% physical advantage in some areas. But athletes gain advantages in a variety of ways. For instance, one of my favorite sayings is...
I'm sorry.
Some people are born on second base thinking they hit a double to
brief
win.
at ease. You submitted written. Senate Education Committee is back on the record. I do believe we have someone else in the room willing to speak, and that would be Noah Williams. All right. Once again, please state your name, any affiliation you care to state, and begin your 2 minutes of public testimony.
Members of the committee, good day. My name is Noah Williams. I'm representing myself, and I'm here from Juneau, Alaska. I was a bit puzzled when this bill came up, as I fit into the category of male-bodied athlete running high school cross-country previously, and this inherent performance advantage didn't mesh with my lived experiences. I mean, the Sadie Tuckwoods and Anna Iversons of the state, who routinely smoked me with 5K times in the 17-minute range, that's what I was familiar with. And I also knew that anyone, student or parent, who organically had a concern about performance deltas between assigned female at birth and assigned male at birth folks would complain to ASA, who actually make the rules in state athletics, and I thought this was common knowledge. Furthermore, but for some reason this issue had been elevated to the legislature, and as explained by Billy Strickland, the director of ASA, your numbers are your numbers. You're not recruited because you're a state champion in Alaska. You're recruited because you run a 10-second 100-meter dash. And then he went on to call this a solution looking for a problem. Well, I did a little bit of thinking, and I think that I found the problem. Most of the people that Senator Hughes invited to testify weren't from Alaska. They were cherry-picked examples from other states, and I wonder how she met them. It's almost like... And I wonder why legislation is coming up in state legislature after state legislature all at the same time. Well, it's almost like it's a nationally orchestrated political effort to build capital in the lead up to an election year. So I'm inclined to believe the senator when she says she's not transphobic insofar as she doesn't wish to be seen as arbitrarily hating minorities in the year 2022. Unfortunately, her actions indicate that she's willing to bully the most vulnerable people among us, and in doing so, she's angered me and raised the attention of data scientists and investigative journalists in my sphere. So the people funding this effort, who I don't know who they are yet, will be exposed, and the reputational cost to those who support it will exceed the political gains made. Thank you for your time.
Noah Williams, right at 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Really appreciate that. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to provide public testimony? Seeing none, at this point we'll go to the phone lines. And first up, first up will be Jacqueline Wickwillow. Next on deck will be Vincent. Fuels. So first up is Jacqueline Wickwillow. If you'd please state your name, any affiliation, and start your 2 minutes.
Hello, I am Jacqueline Wickwillow from Fairbanks. I am representing myself. I just wanted to say that Alaska has a proud history of being at the forefront of acceptance of the other, and that has strengthened our state immeasurably. It would be a terrible thing for us to turn our backs on the legacy of those like Elizabeth Peretovich and declare that trans children and youth are not the equals of their peers, neither entitled to the same rights or to the same privacy or to the same dignities or opportunities. The compound severe message of inequality of this bill, it specifically bans trans girls from participation, but not trans boys, declaring an inherent gender bias, even if we adhere to the narrow definition of biological sex. To speak on a personal note, I can tell you that as a biological and self-identified girl, I played football as a linebacker in school, and I was the equal or better of every boy on that field. My gender didn't stop me from knocking down boys twice my size, and it didn't slow me down at lacrosse or floor hockey either. To declare this bill is to protect the equal rights of my biological sex is patronizing and demeaning, not only to trans youth, but also to every biological female athlete. By passing this bill on to the Senate, you would be telling every one of us that we are lesser than our biologically male counterparts, a novelty, but not a contender. I urge you to think hard about the motivations behind the introduction of this bill, who it's protecting, who it's hurting, and what message this will send to girls of every biological designation. Are we equal to men, or are we children to be patronized and protected? This bill also makes provisions for those who are denied opportunities due to the violation of its mandate, provisions for those who are denied the same opportunities by the adherence to it. I urge you to fail to pass this on to the Senate and to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline Wickwillow. Next up is Vincent Fuels, and after that will be Haley Wallace. Vincent Fuels, please state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Foyer. That's how you actually say it.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify on SB 140. To start with, I am a father of 2 teenage girls, a business owner, and a community member of Wasilla. To be clear from the start, I oppose SB 140. It sets a discriminatory precedent, is an attempt to instigate the erasure of trans youth by creation of a legally designated category of other, and is a direct violation of Title IX on the basis of sex. This attempt is couched in language of concern based on a false narrative and designed to ignite the fears of the people. In short, I see SB 140 as a step to create a boogeyman out of the trans community. This legislation will harm children, both transgender and cisgender. Beyond the obvious physical benefits that all youth receive from participating in sports, there are the psychosocial benefits, good sportsmanship, teamwork, self-discipline, and listening skills that are gained, as well as community involvement. It is also about the camaraderie and acceptance of being on a team together. In short, it's about belonging. SB 140 seeks to make trans youth others while teaching youth who identify as the sex assigned at birth, cisgender, that they should avoid those who are other. Young people, transgender, cisgender, should have their dignity respected because young trans people experience stigma and challenges that their cisgender peers are not subject to. Exclusion of them from sports would have negative effects on them. As has been shown in the longitudinal study that was done by Professor Christina Olson from Princeton University, we know that treating transgender and gender nonconforming youth with acceptance and support decreases the issues that they experience with depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation to within the normal ranges of their peers. When discussing youth in sports, it is important to remember that in pre-adolescent children, which are part of the target of this legislation, there are not significant differences between the sexes. According to medical experts, prior to puberty, boys do not have any physical advantages. These points alone show that SB 140 is unnecessary when discussing youth who have yet to experience puberty, but still they are included. The guidelines applied to adults simply cannot be applied to youth as they are not the same.
2 minutes 30.
All right, I will wrap it up.
Thank you.
Basically, affirming a child's gender means consistent recognition of their gender in all areas and stages of their life. This is backed by the APA, the AMA, and many other organizations. SB 140 is contradictory to that, and I urge you not to proceed with it and with the fear-mongering that is being done around it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Vincent Foyer. Next up will be Haley Wallace. After that will be Alexander Moriarty. Haley Wallace, please state your name and affiliation and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Haley Wallace. I'm a senior at Mount Edgecombe, and I'm representing myself. I am calling to state my opposition for this bill. This bill will do far more harms than benefits, and frankly, it will only benefit those not being directly affected, such as those who are not transgender. If passed, this bill will cause severe harm to the mental state of many trans children. A survey taken in 2021 by the Trevor Project stated that during 2020, 42% of LGBTQ kids considered attempting suicide, with over half of those being transgender or non-binary. During that same study, they also found that of the LGBTQ youth who did attempt suicide, 12% of those were white and 31% of them were Native or Indigenous. They also stated that 94% of LGBTQ youth reported that recent politics have negatively affected their mental health. These statistics show that how suicide rates in trans and Indigenous youth are higher than those who are non-LGBTQ and non-Indigenous. And also it shows that politics have a severe negative effect on their mental health of these youth, because you are deciding laws about their bodies and about what they can do, and they feel like they have no power in any of it. And also, our state in general has the highest rates of suicide and depression, or just in general, and the rates of LGBTQ youth are generally higher than those who are not LGBTQ. And so our government should be working towards helping these children feel more welcome and safe in their environment, not making those who are uncomfortable with trans people more comfortable, because that is what this bill is doing. This bill is saying, you're uncomfortable with trans people playing on your sports team, that's okay. Or you feel like it's unfair, that's okay. We're just going to exclude them and not make them feel included. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm done.
Haley Wallace, thank you so much for keeping it just under 2 minutes. Alexander Moriarty is up next. Casey Casort will follow. Alexander Moriarty, if you'd please state your name and any affiliation and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alexander Moriarty. I am from Juneau, and I'm a SIGLA member. And I would like to state my opposition to this bill. People say, oh, well, shouldn't girls and women have their own space to practice sports in? Girls and women include trans women. That's just all there is to it. And the lessons that sports teach us isn't about winning or losing. It's about becoming mentally and physically fit, strong, and happy. Thank you very much.
Alexander Moriarty, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Casey Casort is up next. After that will be Julia Terry. So Casey Casort, if you'd please state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes. Casey?
Sorry, one second.
Tell you, we'll leave Casey in the queue and maybe come back to her?
Not.
Or him? All right, so we'll jump to Julia Terry. Julia, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and start your 2 minutes.
Can we take a brief at ease?
I'm sorry, brief at ease for some technical problems. Senate Education's back on the record. We're going to apologize because it looks like we had a critical error with the electronics over here. We've lost everything on this side. The system's going to probably reboot. If you happen to be listening in on this and able to hang up and call back in, like I said, we do anticipate trying to have everyone who calls in before 11 a.m. Give them a chance to provide public testimony. So if you can call back in, go ahead and call back in. It's only 10:30, and 11 o'clock is not necessarily the cutoff time. We're going to push this all the way to 1 o'clock if we have enough people to fill that time. So while we work out our technical problems, we're going to go to another brief at ease.
Hello, my fellow Alaskans. Thank you all for tuning in here today. We are currently watching the testimony be given to the Senate Education Committee. Their phone system down there has completely crashed, and they are unable to take and get you in for testimony. I have been trying since the beginning of this at 10 a.m. to get through. Every time they put me through, it hangs me right back up again, and I'm unable to connect. And then I have to recall back in again. They keep telling me, well, we've just got an overabundance of people calling in right now to testify, and they're only allowing you to call in and testify up until 11 o'clock today. And if you don't get through at by 11 o'clock, he suggested they may go longer, but it's really hard to say. There is a lot of interest in this bill currently, and I call it the leveling the playing field in K through 12 or early education sports for the ability of our children, our female athletes, our male athletes to compete on a level playing field. And if we follow science, the science that has been around for a lot longer than the feelings that we are currently dealing with, the science says there is basically biological males, biological females, and the 1.7% of the world population that defines themselves as intersex. And this is according to the Amnesty International, is the statistics that they provided for that. And they like to lump the 1.7% also for those that are biologically male or female whose feelings dictate that they think they are a different sex than what they are biologically born as, not a truly intersex type person. Back in my day, we used to call it something completely different. I don't even know if I can even say what we used to call an intersex person without being flagged or banned. It's just absolutely discriminatory. It is statistically been shown time after time after time that biological males who now identify as females are crushing the women's sports, and they are literally breaking records. Women who spent centuries working to get equal rights, who have basically only had them for about 50 years, especially in the education and places like that. They're being dominated by these males that now identify as female in their sports and no longer be qualifying for scholarships because they're no longer ranking in the top 3. People calling in today are trying to say this bill is discriminatory. We've got CRT being taught in our schools. They've hidden it behind diversity and equity is what they're labeling it as. They openly are telling our children while they are in school, what you say here in school to us will be kept here. We will not notify your parents. We won't let them know what you're saying or thinking, or, you know, God forbid, or for, you know, it's your discretion. It just is, it's astounding that our education, which is the worst in the nation, Alaska is the worst education in the nation, and they want to say Title IX is now going to protect people, and that's what this bill is discriminatory against the Title IX Act here in Alaska. No, actually, this bill is enforcing what Title IX was all about in the beginning and always has been, about racial discrimination. And you want to discriminate. This is discrimination by allowing males to compete directly against females in a female-only sport. And it's no different than trying to have a female compete in a male-only sport. And you can look at the statistics out there. The males aren't really that worried about females that want to identify as a male competing in their sport, because physically, biologically, we know that this is just the way it is. Looks like they're going to begin back up here, clamping in.
Education Committee's back on the record. I will apologize. We have at least one electronic technician back here, or working diligently at it, trying to get the system to work again. We are going to take at least a 10-minute break. It's 10:35, and we will look back in at 10:45 and give them some time to resolve this issue. Thank you. Brief at ease.
Okay, I am currently sitting on hold, waiting for them to get back and allow us back in. And it seems like they're still continuing to have technical difficulties. It does not surprise me that this is occurring. The technical difficulties miraculously seem to happen whenever it's the most controversial of bills to be heard, and or they spend their entire time when these bills, when we're to get public testimony, bringing in their special interest paid for private testimony that they stage prior to the public given testimony that eats up all testimony time. This is no different here. This bill is very hot, very controversial, and people need to actually pay attention. They need to look at real news. They need to stop believing the 90% of the media out there that is reporting, and start looking for themselves a reality. Don't go just with your biases. It's very obvious where a lot of the people that are testifying here today are getting their information from, and who is dominating the testimony so far. The special interests have been lining up. The mainstream media in Alaska has been targeting this bill. I mean, this goes right into, you could say, Jim Crow laws, the formation of the KKK, those who fought on the wrong side of the Civil War, those that are celebrating that 40% of Alaskans are now living in poverty. And they want more. They want to see more of us living in poverty. And the more that our government gains control, the more that we keep letting our education department take over the parenting rights of Alaskans or anywhere else in the United States. Our education is not supposed to be our children's parents. That's our job. That's not their job. Yet, if you look at the policies that they have been passing, especially during the lockdowns, Anchorage was able to pass the diversity and equity policies that have been in full play there in Fairbanks for a very long time now, which has gotten into the news many times. I remember the boy that went into the girls' bathroom and he said he identified as a girl, and boy, that made the news for like 2 weeks because the girl had such a cow over the boy being inside of there, and he was within his rights he said, I identify as a girl, you have no right to kick me out of here, you have no right to discriminate. That is their policies that they had there in Fairbanks. Well, now they want males who identify as females, who may or may not have gone through the puberty blockers yet, or started their transition into the opposite sex that they believe that they are, and they're competing against biological females that were born that way, and their physiology is by far superior when it comes to sports, especially in certain sports. There is a reason why we have 3 kinds of sports out there. We have boys sports, we have girl sports, and then we have co-ed sports. And if the transgender community, who is the ones that are in the full outrage mode right now over this bill, if they truly wanted to say that they're all about equity and diversity, they will be pushing to create more co-ed sports. So that way it doesn't matter what direction or how you decide to identify as, you are more welcome to compete in those sports because they're co-ed, both male and female. So it doesn't matter how you identify, you are now there. And again, I'm going by what Amnesty International had put it out of the over 7 billion people we currently have in the entire world population. Only 1.7% of that population identifies as intersex, and many of those that are intersex don't even know that they are until they do hit puberty, or as many don't ever know their entire lives until something medical comes up and they say, hey, did you know that you have male organs, or you have female organs, or you have more female characteristics than is typically normal. But that's only 1.7% of the entire population. And the policy that they're trying to put out there right now is discriminatory against those that truly are intersex, those that deal with the struggle. They were born this way. There wasn't no feelings that made them this way. They were actually born this way. And there's exceptions to every rule that is out there, but to say outright, I am a biological male, I was born that way, my chromosomes say that I am that way, science says that I'm that way, but my feelings are that I'm a female, and because I feel that I'm a female, I should be able to be treated like I am a female. And that in most cases you can identify any way that you want to. I'm not going to discriminate against it. I have many friends that identify in many different directions of whether they're gay, or they like to wear women's clothes, or they like to wear men's clothes. It's all up to their own discretion on what direction they want to do, as long as it doesn't impose on my life and my ability to succeed in life as my identified sex. And if I was a female that had to knowingly compete against a biological male, and they're dominating the sport, and they're completely crushing all competition, that no longer, science is no longer in play, other than the fact that science says that that biological male is far superior physically to compete in that sport than a biological female is. But they want us to believe that there is no difference because of feelings, not because of science, but because of their feelings. They're still having major technical difficulties down there right now with this, and I wish they would hurry up and get it going. We would love to be able to see everything that is happening down there at the moment, and obviously we're not able to do that because they have it shut down. I'm still sitting on hold right now. I've called into the 800 number, and oh, speaking of that, it just disconnected me. So we are sitting here waiting right now. We're listening to.
Is temporarily unavailable.
Oh, now it's unavailable again. I don't know if they're going to be able to get this back up and running here today. So currently we're waiting to give testimony on SB 146, or excuse me, SB 140, and trying to get to see what is going on at the moment. Oops, I don't know what I just started there. I'm sorry about that. And let's get hi, there you guys all are. I knew I had a cam set up on this thing, and I was just kept on clicking the wrong buttons. And so we're just sitting here waiting right now to give testimony on SB 140 and the bill itself. So let's go, and just for the moment we are going to bring up the bill SB 140. We are going to split things off here in just a second. Bear with me as I do a couple of clicks to make things happen. And aha, there it is. All right, SB 140 is the bill that they are currently listening to. Let's read what it is in this bill while we are waiting for them to come back up and online. Senate Bill number 140 in the legislative state of Alaska, 32nd legislative second session by Senator Hughes, Reinbold, and Senator Shower, introduced the 12th month of today. Well, this shows last year. They need to change that reference into education. A bill for act entitled an act relating to the school athletic recreation athletic teams and sports, being enacted by a legislator state of Alaska. Section 1 as 14.18.040 is amended by adding a new subsection to read in the section sex means biological sex. Section 2 as 14.18 is amended by adding a new section to read Article 2 designation athletic teams and sports. Section 14.18.150 athletic team and sport designation. A public school or a private school whose students or teams competes against a public school must designate each school sponsor athletic team or sport a male, men, or boys teams or sport, a female, women, or girls team or sport, or a co-educational or mixed team or sport. A student who participates in an athletic team or sport designated female, women, or girls must be female based on the participant's biological sex. Section 14.18.160 compliance protection of governmental entity licensing or accrediting organization, athletic association, or school district may not consider a complaint, open an investigation, or take adverse action against the school or school district for complying with AS 14.18.150. Section 14.18.170 liability. A student who is deprived of an athletic opportunity or suffers direct or indirect harm resulting from a violation of AS 14.18.150 may bring a private case of action or injunction relief and damages or any other relief available under the law against the violating school. B, a student subject to retaliation or other adverse actions as a result of reporting a violation of AS 14.18.150 to an employee or representative of a school, school district, or athletic association or organization, or to a state or federal government entity with oversight authority, may bring a private cause of action against a retaliating entity for injunctive relief and any other relief available under law. If a school or school district suffers direct or indirect harm as a result of violation. Oh,
And give people time, a little bit of time to call in. Go ahead and call in right now. We still have the card with the numbers. I'm not sure everybody's got their numbers already dialed, but it seems like the electronics is up and running. And as people call in, it will start to repopulate it. From Juneau, you can dial 586-9085. From Anchorage, 563-9085. And from anywhere else, area code 844-586.
oh man, this is really, shouldn't do this.
Please do us a favor and start.
Aha, there we are.
This thing back up and running. For some reason, I'm still looking at the original timestamp with everybody on board, so hopefully we'll get those people back online and we can pick right up where we left off. All right, so we're giving people a chance to call in once again. From Juneau, 907-586-9085. From Anchorage, 907-563-9085. And then from outside of those two areas, area code 844-586-9085. So the system seems to be working. We just need to let them repopulate the numbers. Brief at ease.
Man, hopefully all of you guys were reading along with that here just a second ago. I just read it all out. I can't believe I just did that. We'll go back to right at the very beginning. It's the section 14.8.18.170. Liability. A student who is deprived of a athletic opportunity or suffers direct indirect harm results of violation of AS 14.18.150 may bring a private case of action of injunction relief, damages, or any other relief available under law against the violating school. a student subjected to retaliation or other adverse action as a result of the reporting or violation and bring employee representation of school district, athletic association, or organization to a state or a federal government entity. Oversight authority may bring private causes of action against the retaliating entity and injunction relief, damages, or any other relief under the law. See if a school is able to district suffers direct or indirect harm as a result of the violation of AS 1418-150. Oh, they're back on again.
So, Katie Boats, if you please come to the presenters table. And we're doing this while we allow the technical staff to continue to work on the phone system. Katie Boats, please state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes of public testimony on Senate Bill 140.
Thank you, Senator. For the record, my name is Katie Boats. I'm from Juneau, Alaska, and I'm here to speak on behalf of myself. I am in full support of Senate Bill 140. We are still the number one in sexual abuse and crimes here in the state of Alaska. I also realize that we do have a high suicide rate and mental illness as well, as I can attest for both personally. But as a constituent who has been advocating for public safety over the years, my concern with having transgendered girls on our sports team is what happened in the locker room. Yes, they change from a boy to a girl, but does that actually change the mental state as well? And we're allowing them to go into the locker room, into the showers and stuff like that with other girls when we're dealing with the higher sexual assault and crimes. And may I say that, like, there are females who can commit crimes behind the scene when no one else is looking. So I just want you guys to think on that perspective too. Like, I understand, like, on the sports, and I used to play sports growing up, and I loved playing sports. But it always, when you're in a sporting event, it's always behind the scene where the coaches are gone, where the parents are gone, that things happen. And no one is able to, what is it called? No one is able to validate what happened to them when no one is looking in the locker room, in the shower room, or behind the scene. So I would like you guys to take that into consideration as well.
All right. Katie Boats, thank you for your public testimony. And now we're going to try to resume with some of the people phoning in. Looks like first up will be Lindsay Williams. After that will be Charlene Apoc. And so first up, Lindsay Williams. We'll see if this works. If you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes.
My name is Lindsay Williams. I'm from Anchorage, and I'm calling in today representing myself and my support for SB 140. I was a member of the first NCAA Division II recognized women's cross-country team running team at the University of Alaska Anchorage in 2000. I was awarded an athletic scholarship for running and continued to compete at the collegiate level until 2004 when I ruptured my Achilles tendon in a 4x4 race. From a young age, I knew that sports would have to be my ticket to college. My brother and I were raised by a single mom, and I was planning on being the first person in my family to earn a bachelor's degree. I'm so thankful that I was given the opportunity to compete for UAA and get my diploma. I'm testifying today in hopes that the same opportunities that I had will be available for future young girls with dreams of attending college and competing in athletics at the highest levels. When you're a collegiate athlete, the training and preparation is not for the faint at heart. I pushed my body to limits I never
I think we did.
of the athlete.
Lindsay, you broke up a little bit. Could you kind of repeat maybe the last two sentences?
Sure. When you're a collegiate athlete, the training and preparation is not for the faint at heart. I pushed my body to limits I never thought possible. I ran faster than I knew I could, and yet my abilities never came close to those of the athletes on the men's team. Did you know that in college, cross-country running, men and women don't even race the same distances? Men's race an 8K and women race a 5K in regular season, and at nationals, men race a 10K and women race a 6K. To give you an example of men's and women's running abilities, here are some results from the NCAA Division I Track and Field Championships. In the 100 meter, men can run 10.11, women ran at 10.74. In the 1500, which is what I raced, men ran a 3.35, women ran 4.08. So I'm glad that equality for men and women's sports exists today. If you want to participate in sports, all individuals currently have the opportunity to do so. This bill doesn't change that. What I believe SB 140 does is it preserves equity in athletics. When biological females compete against biological females and biological males compete against biological males, the playing field is equal. I am now a high school cross-country coach and track and field coach. I also coach youth flag football and soccer for Coed teams. I love that athletics and the lessons that it teaches our youth, and I support preserving equity in athletics, and that's why I support SB 140.
All right. Thank you, Lindsay Williams. Next up is Charlene Apoc, and after that will be Ryan Morse. Charlene Apoc, if you can hear me, please state your name and any affiliation and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This is Dr. Charlene Apoc calling in from Anchorage, Alaska on Dena'ina lands. Part of my education is a minor in gender, women's sexuality studies, and I've earned my PhD related to gender studies as well. I currently work at Native Movement as the Director of Gender Justice and Healing, and I'm calling in to oppose SB 140. Trans athletes' participation in sports benefits everyone, including cisgender women. And I identify as a cisgender woman. We don't need any more policing of women and our bodies. We don't need women to be subject to more invasive practices and harmful accusations in this area of sports and otherwise. Instead, including trans athletes promotes values of non-discrimination among all students. We've heard lots of testimonies about people's participation and that they're equal or not equal. Part of the well-being of trans athletes and all athletes is their mental and emotional health as well. There are high rates of suicide and issues with mental health of trans peoples already, and this would exacerbate those issues by not including them. Excluding can be deeply harmful and undermine team unity as well in sports. Part of the reason that people and young people should benefit and participate in sports is making sure that they have teams and a sense of belonging, and this would greatly, oh my gosh, we're having an earthquake here in Anchorage, sorry. This would greatly encourage divisiveness. Koyana, yeah, okay. And I, again, oppose SB 140.
That was testimony that called the earth. Yeah. Thank you, Charlene Apoc. Next up will be Ryan Morse, and after that would be Liz Likey. So first up is Ryan Morse. If you can hear me, please state your name and affiliation and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ryan Morse. I'm representing myself, and I live in Sitka, Alaska. I'm calling now to voice my strong opposition to SB 140. As the Senate Education Committee, you're charged with the jurisdiction over the programs and activities for all students here in Alaska, and an important part of that includes ensuring equity for all students. This bill would lead to the stigmatization, isolation of trans students in schools and recreational activities, undermining their health, safety, and social and emotional development, something that no student of any age, race, or gender should be subjected to. This bill would also be a violation of basic privacy rights by making teachers and coaches police over whether or not a student is trans. Schools are not legally authorized to do this under medical privacy laws, as well as non-discrimination laws. It's an unnecessary overreach and a discriminatory one at that. I ask you to oppose this bill And since I'm hearing a lot of people talking about their own high school experiences, in high school, I have a lot of clubs. I played Coed, and I got to say, I've been smoked by a lot of women in sports and seen other folks done as well. So I'm asking you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
All right, Ryan Morse, thank you so much for giving us your public testimony. Next up is Liz Likey, and after that will be Alyssa Quintine. Liz Like, if you would please state your name and any affiliation and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Liz Like. I'm representing myself. I myself am a 44-year-old trans woman. When I went to high school, the opportunity to even exist as an out trans person wasn't real. There was no out queer people because there was such a level of homophobia and transphobia that exists. Kids today are much less like that, but I'm really saddened that adults are choosing to bring back all of this that used to exist. You guys are so wrong for even considering this. Please think about these kids and their well-being and let them guide you, because they don't have a problem with this. They are much more accepting. Please open your hearts and your minds. Thank you.
All right, Liz Like, thank you for providing your public testimony. Next up is Alyssa Quintine. If you'd please state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, who did you call?
Alyssa Quintine. I'm sorry, we're not hearing you yet, Alyssa. Alyssa Quintine? All right, how about Alyssa Quintine, try to state your name, any affiliation, and you begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me now?
There you are.
Hi, this is Alyssa Quinton, Fairbanks, Alaska, Chena Dene lands here in Fairbanks. I think I'm just going to keep this brief because I already sent this committee a pretty long email going into the research, going into the science, and I think Liz Like is exactly right. And I'm going to try not to cry because as I told you all in this email, I've lost friends due to legislation like this. This has nothing to do with the mental health of anybody. Because if it did, you would then recognize that really the ones who are at harm are trans athletes. They are the ones that are getting attacked. They are the ones that are getting barred. They are the ones that are getting harassed. And there are 5 students buried at Birch Hill. And I wish that I could bring you all here to Fairbanks and walk you up to those graves. I wish I could bring you those obituaries because this is what this does. This opens up a conversation about the humanity of your own constituents and how they can exist in this world. And I just told you, like 2 weeks ago, what that did to me as a black girl growing up in this town, when people had the right to discern, to debate, to argue how I should be able to exist, where I should be able to exist. A child, senators. What do you think this is doing to trans children? They are listening to this, and they are listening to people argue about whether they should exist, whether they're criminals, whether they're going to assault their other kids in the bathroom. And is that what you want your constituents to hear? Is that what you want your trans kids to know? That you're opening up this debate, whether they should exist in the state or not. I really want to ask you that question, and your answer can remain personal because that's all that it does. If you really wanted to help athletes, then you would have written a companion bill for the sexual consent law last session, and you didn't. And that impacts them. So think about your priorities. Because when we have to bury another child here in this town, none of you are at that funeral. You don't have to deal with the consequences that this causes. So I just want you to think about that. Thank you.
All right, Alyssa Quinton, thank you for your 2 minutes of testimony. Next up, I'm going to try to jump back on the schedule. We'll see if this is going to work. Julia Terry, if you'll be next up, and then Leslie Fales after that. But Julia Terry, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for your time today. My name is Julia Terry. My pronouns are they, them. I'm an Anchorage resident and a lifelong Alaskan, and I'm representing myself. I'm providing testimony as a former student athlete, the parent of a current student athlete, the spouse of a minister, and a social worker who works with vulnerable people. And I'm testifying today in opposition of SB 140, which is a blatant attempt to isolate transgender young people from their peers. I'm deeply concerned about the environment of disrespect for human dignity that's amplified when anti-trans sentiments are given platform. In order to mitigate the harm caused by the misinformation being spread about trans people, I've been spending a lot of time thinking about how to demonstrate to the young trans people we know that their lives have value. And I hope that they are listening today to all of the people who are opposing this bill on their behalf. As a student athlete, I developed qualities that serve me to this day: confidence, leadership, respect, patience, and possibly most importantly, resilience. I've used those tools my entire life, and they led me to my career, where I get to celebrate and support trans and gender expansive young people here in Alaska every day. Because I was afforded the opportunity to participate in sports in North Pole and in Fairbanks, I developed internal resources that have saved my life. Which means that now, today, as an out, non-binary femme person, I can model to trans young people that we have the possibility to thrive against all odds. You have a chance today to demonstrate care to all young Alaskans and young trans people throughout the state, many of whom are finding ways to survive in silence right now, that their lives have value and that they are welcome here by opposing SB 140. When we foster a sense of belonging, place, and purpose in one another, we have healthier communities. So I'm asking you today to please focus on the well-being of our young people, protect student athletes, and take action against this proposal. Thank you for your time and for getting me back on the line.
Thank you, Julia Terry. Next up will be Leslie Fales in Fairbanks, and after that will be Robert Wickwillow. So next up is Leslie Fales. If you can hear me, state your name, any affiliation, and I'm forgetting to ask people to state their location. That's why I said it this time, but your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm the Reverend Leslie Fales, and I'm calling in from Fairbanks, and I'm writing or speaking to you today both as a parent of kiddos in Alaska, but also as the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship of Fairbanks. And I'm wanting to express my deep concern for the safety of transgender children and youth attending Alaska schools and the threats posed to their psychological and physical well-being by SB 140. Excluding transgender girls by refusing them the opportunity to be full participants on sports teams alongside their peers does nothing but inflict harm on vulnerable kids and youth. Requiring teachers and coaches to violate their privacy by actively seeking to identify who is and is not transgender has implications that I don't think this committee has fully explored in terms of how that can violate people's individual rights to privacy and their inherent dignity. Already, in my role as the pastor of a Unitarian congregation that serves a large number of folks in the transgender community locally, I'm hearing in particular from parents of trans kids who feel terrorized by the onslaught of bills just like SB 140 and those in other states, who worry what kind of cruelty this bill and others like it will enable people to inflict on their kids. You know, I'm proud to live in a state that prizes individuality and every person's right to self-determination, and that is a sacred right. And for that reason, I'm asking you to oppose this distinctly un-Alaskan bill, which honestly appears to be part of a wider lower 48 trend of legislation seeking to further marginalize transgender student athletes. So for the sake of our trans children, youth, and families, my prayer is that you will not advance SB 140 out of committee. Thank you.
All right, Leslie Fales, thank you. Next up is Robert Wickwillow of Fairbanks. To follow Robert will be Rose O'Hara Jolie or Jolly. So Robert Wickwillow, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rob Wickwillow, and I oppose SB 140. I represent myself, and I have to say I'm really heartened by a lot of the testimony I've heard today. It's been quite great, And I'm not going to try and reiterate some of the points that already been made, but the one thing that came to mind is SB 140 only seems to be trying to sweep non-binary people into hiding. I mean, trans people are not going away, like women's rights to vote or work alongside men in jobs. It's part of the world we live in. Our children have so much exposure to the non-binary world. Oppressing that world will only oppress our children. Some people will always identify in a non-binary way, and that's just the world we live in. No one can control how another self-identifies, no matter how much some people in the world may wish it. If we're going to preach equality and acceptance, then we need to practice it. And this bill doesn't practice that. The gay and lesbian community, trans community can't choose to be other than what they are any more than a black person can change the color of their skin. We can either accept it or we can make everyone's lives miserable. And that's what SB 140 does. It does. Thank you very much for hearing me. That's all I got to say.
All right, Robert Willow, thank you for joining us this morning. Next up is Rose O'Hara Jolie. And after that would be Kelly Nash. So Rose O'Hara Jolie, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Rose O'Hara Jolie, they, them, in Fairbanks, testifying for myself. I am here in strong opposition to SB 140. Trans girls are girls. Names in my family are incredibly important. The story of how I got my name is one of the oldest stories I know about myself. Before I was even born, my older sister went around and told everyone, my mom is having a little girl and her name is Rose. My mom proceeded to tell everyone we didn't know what she was having and their name was Montana. My sister is quite precocious and despite my mom's efforts, everyone called me Rose. When I was around 9 or 10, I met my dad. And somewhere in an old hotel, I told him that story, and he said, yes, but I called you Joshua. In that moment, something deep inside me moved like a tidal wave. I didn't have words for what I felt, but I felt it so strongly. I held the sound of my father saying that name, my name, in my heart for years. And over 10 years later, I told the story of how I got my name Rose from my other sister, and how my mom called me Montana, but it never stuck, to my best friend Mike, but added, for the first time, that my father called me Joshua. He looked right at me, and he said, that is your name, Joshua. And in that moment, the same tidal wave of feelings came over me, and they held me and said my name over and over again, Joshua, Joshua. There may be folks in this room and on this call who do not.
I'm sorry, Rose O'Hara Jolie. We may have lost you.
She accidentally mute. Did she hit mute?
I think that's a phone connection.
Yeah, Rose O'Hara Jolie, your connection, it sounded like it was breaking up a little bit. If you care to call back in, and we'll try to get you back into the queue. Up next will be Kelly Nash. And after that will be Judy Elledge. So first up is Kelly Nash in Fairbanks. If you'd state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes. Brief at ease. Sorry about that. Senate Education is back on the record. So Kelly Nash, I'll apologize to you. I think we probably have you now. If you'd state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Kelly Nash. I'm calling from Fairbanks. I have 2 beautiful daughters and a beautiful granddaughter. I completely support SB 140. It makes an even playing field. So I'm gonna reverse this a little bit, because everyone's talking about discrimination, and I want to talk about the last 2 years where there have been people in sports that have had to get the vaccination that didn't want it to continue, otherwise they were booted out. Or every kid that didn't want to wear a mask that was booted out because they didn't want to wear a mask. There's been discrimination all over the place. So everyone that's calling up and they're crying discrimination, think about the last 2 years for every kid that doesn't want the vaccine that can't go to a woodworking class because they don't want to get the vaccine. These other businesses, sports, that want all of these things. So when you're crying discrimination, why don't you think about all the other kids that have committed suicide because of not being able to play in all the reindeer games? How about that? That's all I have to say.
All right, Kelly Nash, thank you for your public testimony. Next up is Judy Elledge, and beyond that would be Karen Baker. So Judy Elledge, if you can hear me in Anchorage, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for having testimony today. My name is Judy Elledge. I am from Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm testifying for myself, and I'm testifying in favor of SB 140. As a 45-year educator in rural and urban Alaska, anyone that knows my work in education, none would consider me a fearmonger, not caring about the mental health of all children, or having an agenda about this issue. But today, if you disagree with organizations like Planned Parenthood, who most certainly have a national agenda, you are bullied and name-called. As a woman who fought hard for women's rights and was thrilled when Title IX was passed, I am appalled that we are now trying to destroy women's sports. I ask myself where all the feminists are today, the ones that wanted equal rights for women. Their silence is deafening. Even more frustration is the fact that so many in the medical community and organizations are not saying anything to protect women. They are ignoring basic science. Someone quoted the American College of Pediatrics. In my readings of this organization, they oppose gender identity, most certainly in young children. I remember in the 60s and 70s where all women athletes had to do blood tests in the Olympics to ensure they had not been taking testosterone and compete with an advantage. This has nothing to do with what you choose to be. It's about young girls in high school sports that work for years to be successful in a sport. And then when these women go to a city, state, or national event, they're stamped out by transgender who just a year ago competed as a man. There are many examples. Has anyone seen what is happening in women's swimming, or in Alaska a few years ago when a man that identified as a man in the fall competed in the high school track meet and beat out many of the girls who had worked years to get a scholarship. Despite transgender women taking female hormones, estrogen, testosterone blockers, it does not change their lung capacity, their heart size, their upper body strength, endurance, or other physical features that give men an advantage. How does this provide a fair competitive environment for females when men have physical advantage over women in competitive sports? Young girls winning before men hit puberty is not a comparison. This is Women's History Month, and I wonder what all these women before us would think. SB 140 brings common sense back into support of all young women. It allows us to stand with them. It allows us to say no to any man who thinks he can take away a woman's right for equality in sports. It keeps us from taking rights away from one group and pitting them against another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy Elledge. Next up would be Karen Baker, and following Karen Baker will be Kendall Kirby. So, Karen Baker, if you can hear me, please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking the time to hear from constituents. My name is Karen Baker, and I use she, her, and they, them pronouns, and I'm a resident of Fairview in Senator Begich's district on Denina lands, and I'm testifying today on behalf of myself. I'm here to state my strong opposition to SB 140. Aside from it being a hateful and cruel piece of anti-trans legislation with no scientific or moral foundation, it's frankly creepy and unethical. Tasking coaches and teachers with determining children's biological sex is just profoundly gross. This bill has no guidance or parameters around how educators would go about this invasive and unnecessary process. I would invite the bill's sponsor and members of this committee to prove their sex, but that would be a really creepy thing for me to do. We will and have heard all the many, many reasons why this bill should not be passed out of committee. But sadly, I don't expect the testimonies of so many Alaskans opposing this bill to cure the bigotry behind its creation. So I want to take a moment to tell the trans youth listening that I'm sorry. I'm sorry that they have to hear this garbage. I'm sorry that elected officials think their existence and rights are something that is up for debate. You are valued, you are valuable, you are beautiful, and you are enough. Again, I'd like to thank the committee for their time and restate my strong opposition to this dangerous and gross bill. Trans women are women. Trans girls are girls, and all children deserve to play. Do not advance SB 140. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Karen Baker. Next up would be Kendall Kirby, and after that would be Dee Dee Peters. So Kendall Kirby, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes. Okay, we're standing by for Kendall Kirby. All right, Kendall Kirby, try to begin now. Name, affiliation, location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kendall Kirby. I will be speaking independently on my own behalf. I am a local to Palmer, Alaska, and I am currently a student athlete at Concordia University in Nebraska, where I compete in shooting sports with Olympic-level competitors in the disciplines of skeet, trap, and sporting clays. As a college student athlete, I would like to express my support for Alaska's Senate Bill 140. If I had not had the opportunity to pursue and excel in my sport, specifically in my division as a female athlete, I would not have gained an athletic scholarship to college. Additionally, it would not have been financially feasible for me to attend college out of state, which was necessary in order for me to attain a degree in secondary education, because such a degree cannot be attained in the state of Alaska. In sum, this female athletic opportunity in high school made it possible for me to achieve higher education and to graduate with my degree in secondary education this upcoming May so that I could return home to Alaska to be a teacher in my community and give back to that community which raised me. This could not have been possible for me without the sex-specific divisions. It is my understanding that Senate Bill 140 is not a discriminatory bill, but a bill of inclusion, a bill ensuring that all people have the opportunity and the right to compete and excel in their sports. If female students are denied or even discouraged from participating in sports because they are dominated by biological males, there could be extreme negative social repercussions because girls like me would not be able to chase their dreams, would not be able to afford to attend a higher education institution, and would not be able to become the strong, productive, influential, successful, and educated young women that they are destined to be. Thank you for your time.
All right, Kendall Kirby, thank you for providing testimony. Next up is Dee Dee Peters, and beyond that would be Mary Elizabeth Kerhan Stark. So Dee Dee Peters, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Dee Dee Peters. I'm an 8-year resident of Kenai, Alaska. I'd like to share an opinion from an LGBTQ athlete. Megan Rapinoe wrote, "I remember how I felt when I played soccer for the first time. Long before I was winning World Cup matches, I was trying to keep up with my brother. Soccer has been a part of my life since I was 4 years old. I spent hours outside working to perfect that next move. I wanted to be the best. Being able to play sports as a child shaped my life's path. It taught me so much more than is seen on the field and brought me so much joy. Every child deserves to have that experience. That's why I believe that all kids, including transgender youth, should be able to participate in sports they love. Bills like SB 140 are some of the most intense political assaults on LGBTQ people in recent years. These efforts cause incredible harm to trans youth. 1 in 3 transgender youth reported attempting suicide, as one national crisis prevention organization reported in 2019. Bills like SB 140 are attempting to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Transgender kids want the opportunity to play sports for the same reasons other kids do, to be a part of a team where they feel like they belong. Proponents of these bills argue that they are protecting women. As a woman who has played sports my whole life, I know that the threats to women's and girls' sports are lack of funding, resources, and media coverage, sexual harassment, and unequal pay. You may not know that a person in your life is trans. You may not be aware of the fullest self within your coworker, friend, relative, or even the child playing in your living room. Trans people contribute meaningfully to our society, our schools, neighborhoods, communities, and families. Trans people deserve dignity, respect, and opportunity. Bills like SB 140 are an attack on the humanity and belonging of trans people, and that's why this issue is important to me as a member of the LGBTQ community. The value of participating in sports is well documented. Transgender kids deserve the same chances to enjoy sports, to gain confidence, self-respect, and leadership skills, and to learn what it means to be a part of a team. When we tell transgender girls that they can't play girls' sports or transgender boys that they can't play boys' sports, they miss out on these important experiences and opportunities, and we lose the right to say we care about children. Thank you.
All right, Dee Dee Peters, thank you for that. I'll just announce right now it looks like we have quite a few calls that will probably be going beyond 1 o'clock just to handle the calls we have in the queue. So at this time, we plan on not taking any new calls, but we still have probably, I'll have to do another count, 80-ish calls to get through in the next couple of hours. But next up is Mary Elizabeth Kerhan Stark. After that would be Esther Joseph. So Mary Elizabeth Kerhan Stark, if you'd care to state your name, affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, members of the Education Committee. My name is Mary Kerhan Stark. I live in the Gold Stream Valley, Fairbanks, Alaska. I am representing myself. I want to thank you for letting me testify today. I am writing to you about SB 140. I am strongly opposed to this bill since it is crafted with the intention to specifically exclude transgender youth from sports and their school community. Most importantly, SB 140 violates a student's privacy by forcing educators and coaches to identify and separate transgender youth from their peers. By being set apart from the other students, this bill encourages bullying since it stigmatizes the person, and it also encourages the person to be ostracized since it isolates the individual from the general school community. In closing, I oppose SB 140. I was a young girl once in my life. Now I'm 65 years old. I remember clearly my adolescence as a time of peer pressure, feeling an intense yearning for acceptance, and yet paradoxically, the challenge of feeling the avoidance of who I was. SB 140 doubles down on this reality. I urge you to please not support this bill. Think of the reality of the young person's life you are isolating from his or her peers and how this bill compounds the loneliness, the depression you are intentionally creating. Thanks for your time, Mary Elizabeth Kerhan Stark.
Thank you, Mary Elizabeth Kerhan Stark. Next up is Esther Joseph, and beyond that would be Barbara Donatelli. So Esther Joseph, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes. We're not hearing just yet. Give us another second or two. Well, what we'll do you see Barbara Donatelli? How about you give me a name? No. I have...
Do you want to do Valorine Datton?
Let's see.
They should be in they're kind of midway down.
Yeah.
What's the timestamp?
10:06.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good way to look it up. 10:06. Apologize for the delay. We're using two different lists. The Valorine Dattan? Yes. All right, sorry, we're going to have to jump out of order here a little bit. Valorine Dattan, Datton, if you can hear me, please begin. State your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Valeriane Datton. I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and I am speaking today on my own behalf. I want to register my extreme disapproval of SB 140 and say that this gross invasion of privacy in anyone's life would be extremely hurtful, but to me it just seems like yet another way to attempt to control women. It's not just women born biologically female that are capable of being repressed in our society. It's also trans women. Trans women are women. And the kind of bill that would force educators to check into a minor's private life and their genitalia on school property for reasons on the record is disgusting and frightening. I don't want anyone near anyone's parts that's not invited, and I sincerely doubt that trans athletes have any interest in proving their gender one way or another to anyone. And as a cis woman, I also have absolutely no intention of proving my gender to anyone. I don't have to do that per medical science, per the Constitution of the United States. My right to privacy protects my medical history and the choices I make as an adult. These kids need protection. They don't need separation. They don't need discrimination. They don't need to made to be feel as an other or as someone who's not worthy. Children should be protected, period. And this invasion of privacy does not protect kids. It does not protect cis kids. It does not protect transgendered kids. I encourage you to vote no on SB 140 and protect everyone's right to privacy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe that was Datton, Lorraine Datton. Valeriane Datton. Next up will be Lynn Davis, and beyond that would be Cassandra Smiley. Lynn Davis, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thanks for taking testimony. I'm a 30-year Juneau resident, and I've been working since the 70s for LGBTQ human rights. I present as androgynous, but I do identify with she, her. And field hockey, women's field hockey, got me through my schooling. And we should not deny these life stepping stones to trans girls. We have SB 140 expands a kind of shunning and shaming into a horror show for young Alaskans. It's extreme, it's un-American, and it will turn Alaskans against each other, just like the bathroom bills tried to do and failed. Really a river of cruelty coming at us, national effort. And it just shows us again, if you can get people riled up, you can mesmerize some minds, and they might vote for you. Globally, many trans athletes have been competing for years, the last two Olympics, and in the Iditarod right now. No problems have surfaced. Trans women are not destroying women's sports. They're not winning that much. And we see in Connecticut and West Virginia that trans girl athletes have won their rights to compete. So it endangers especially trans women of color, black women. They're very vulnerable. There have been really high rates of murder throughout the country. And this bill would foster more harm toward anyone who is different. And we've seen what's happening in Texas. And it is extremely alarming what Texas is doing. It's a river of cruelty. And child cruelty is not an Alaskan value. So thank you very much. My heart and spirit go out to all the profound testimonies today opposing this river of cruelty, SB 140. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn Davis, for your public testimony. I also want to thank Representative Prox for joining us in Senate Education today. So next up would be Cassandra Smiley, and beyond that is going to be Mev Spiegler. So Cassandra Smiley, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Smiley, and I live in Lower Reinbold, Eagle River District. I'm calling in today on behalf of myself in opposition to SB 140. I'm a former high school and middle school athlete. I've also worked with minors as a school administrator and a youth sports coach for almost 15 years. And in that time, I was a mandated reporter trained to spot and report signs and symptoms of child abuse and sexual assault within vulnerable youth I worked with. SB 140 proposes a loophole in protections of child abuse and sexual assault of a minor. If not only that, but the traumatization of young girls. This bill seems to target girls specifically. Nowhere in the language does it mention that young boys will be subjected to random underpants checks to determine their biological sex. In Section 14.18.180 of this bill's language would also define a school as an elementary, junior high, secondary, or post-secondary education. The bill also fails to lay out which chosen adults would be the ones to identify and determine a child's biological sex. Are they coaches? Are they teachers? I hope it's not one of the handful of predators that seem to make their way or flock towards child care or supervisory positions. This proposed bill will make it an open invitation for sexual predators to come to Alaska. In Section 14.18.160 of this bill, the language specifically shields adults in schools from complaints and litigation. It will essentially give a state-sponsored immunity to the school district or any employee that's determined to figure out the biosex of a student, while also prohibiting any investigation into incidents of abuse or alleged abuse. This bill would also allow for the school district and private schools entities to be, free from damages, or they themselves can turn around and sue for damages if a complaint is alleged against them. It's not lost on me that the sponsors of this bill are all members of the same Facebook group, Save Anchorage. This group has been cited for sharing misinformation and transphobic propaganda. Many of the members of the group, well, a few, have been actually indicted for engaging in sexual abuse of minors. And these are the people who are lobbying the sponsors for proposing the passing of this bill. In America, we teach our children they can grow up to be anything they want to be, anything that they want to. Body modifications are fine. We change our names all the time. Figuring out your sexual identity is a guaranteed American right. In my humble opinion, choosing to explore and embrace one's sexual identity is one of the most American things you can do. As a former coach, I support trans students, and I thank you for listening today.
All right, that was Cassandra Smiley. Thank you for your public testimony. Next up is Mev Spiegler. Beyond that will be Justine Slater. So, Mev Spiegler, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Maeve Spiegler. I'm on Lower Tanana lands in Fairbanks. I speak on behalf of myself and my queer community. I am strongly opposed to SB 140. It violates young children's sovereignty and removes their bodily autonomy. This bill is absurd, ridiculous, and easily opposed. Under this bill, all children have the opportunity to be checked. That means again, this is so creepy. But you are asking all children, not just trans children, to be evaluated by someone who is not their parent, not their doctor. It's creepy and disgusting. Trans people are divine and sovereign and a valuable part of our community. As a state that struggles with very high suicide rates and has drafted a plan for suicide prevention, which I used to uphold because I used to give suicide prevention training, I can tell you without a doubt that the best thing you can do for someone is show them that they belong. SB 140 is in violation of our own goals to prevent suicide in our state. It is disgusting that we would try and violate our goals for suicide prevention. This is in direct opposition of that. Our trans students are more at risk already of having higher rates of suicide. Please do not pass this bill. It is abhorrent. It is abhorrent, and it must not move forward. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mev Spiegler, for providing public testimony. Up next is Justine Slater. Beyond that would be Carolyn Porter. So Justine Slater, if you can hear me, state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes of testimony.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Just fine.
Perfect. My name is Justine Slater. I live in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I am representing myself. I want to thank the members of the Education Committee for your time and attention. This is a really important matter to me. I strongly oppose SB 140. This bill further removes the autonomy of an already marginalized group. This bill violates a person's right to privacy, to feel safe in their school, and further stigmatizes the trans community. The spirit of this bill feels as though it is based in fear and an intention to be exclusionary. I'm going to read a quote from Dr. Deanna Adkins. She is a pediatric endocrinologist at the Duke Child and Adolescent Gender Care Clinic. According to Dr. Adkins, when a school or athletic organization denies transgender students the ability to participate equally in athletics because they are transgender, that condones, reinforces, and affirms the transgender students' social status as outsiders or misfits who deserve the hostility they experience from peers, end quote. Believing and perpetuating myths and misconceptions about trans athletes is harmful, increases the risks of self-harm and suicide, and the negative effect on trans youth affects our entire community. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
We're hearing you just fine.
I'm a parent of a trans youth. He came out after he attempted to take his own life. I was shocked and terrified at the thought of losing my child because he felt he was unable to be who he is. He has now accessed medical and mental health care, and he's now thriving and is going into high school next year. He's re-engaging in activities that bring him joy. This anti-trans legislation we are seeing across the country had him ask me, what did we ever do to anyone to deserve this? And the answer is absolutely nothing. They have done nothing to deserve this. I strongly urge you to not pass this bill and to show that all Alaskan children belong and are supported. Thank you.
All right, that was Justine Slater. Thank you for providing public testimony. Next up is Carolyn Porter. Beyond that would be Emily Butler. So Carolyn Porter, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Carolyn Porter. I'm calling from Palmer, Alaska, and I represent my husband and myself. We fully support SB 140, and we thank you for taking the time to hear from Alaskans. My mother coached women's varsity sports at a university in Oklahoma, and I played varsity tennis for 4 years in college, all prior to Title IX. I grew up watching my mom load her teams in our station wagon for travel. The girls brought their own lunches, and my aunt sewed their uniforms because there was no funding for women's sports. My tennis team had bake sales to raise money for travel and match balls. And while the men's team traveled in an air-conditioned van and ate at nice restaurants after matches, we loaded up in the station wagon of a professor who volunteered to take us, and we had sack lunches from the cafeteria, no coach, and an exceptional winning record. We worked hard, and I mean we worked hard to compete to the best of our abilities. And as good as we were, we could not physically compete with men's teams. Watch a tennis match on television sometime and pay attention to the speeds of the men's serves compared to the women's. We are told to follow the science. Well, the science tells us biological males are physically different from biological females. They have different muscular and skeletal structure. A person can identify as anything they choose. I have no problem with that. They can identify as male, female, zebra, whatever. However, it does not change the physical way in which they entered this world. Women athletes from my and my mother's time worked to gain equal opportunities for women in sports. Girls and women athletes now benefit from Title IX, and one way being through scholarships. Thousands of these young women would not have been able to attend college without these scholarships, and having to compete with a biological male jeopardizes this opportunity for female athletes. It is an insult to the women who fought so long to protect women's sports. Alaskans are so proud of our Olympic gold medalist in swimming. Would she still have this medal if she'd had to compete with a biological male? Alaska must not jeopardize opportunities in athletics for our girls and our women. Thank you so much. And again, we strongly support SB 140.
Thank you, Carolyn Porter. Next up is Emily Butler. And beyond that will be Francesca Allegrezza. So Emily Butler, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Emily Butler, aka Marianne Call. I'm in Juneau, Tlingit Ani. I represent myself, and I oppose Senate Bill 140. Please consider in detail what the enforcement of this rule entails if it is passed, especially in an actual high school or middle school locker room. Think of what this asks the Department of Education to do to define for the state the exact biological difference between a boy and a girl. That means someone is going to come up with standards for measurements in millimeters for hormone levels, things like that. But this is not easy to do because some people are intersex, meaning they are born with characteristics of both sexes. Estimates on that range from 0.1% to 1% of the population, although most intersex people don't even know that they are. Included in that figure are around 1 in 10,000 people, which is a lot, who are born with genitals ambiguous enough that it is unclear what sex they are. 1 in 10,000 means many students in Alaska. There is also natural variance among male and female bodies. For example, some women have naturally high testosterone levels, and about 6 in 1,000 boys have a micropenis. Beyond gender identity, biology simply doesn't fall into a neat boy-girl category, a binary like some people wish it would. What this bill proposes necessitates someone at some point evaluating the genitals or testing the hormones of a minor to assess their fitness for sport at an amateur scholastic level. Amateur sports are for fun and development. They are not supposed to bring people to this level. No matter who is tasked with doing this, the possibility of it will create a culture in locker rooms of not only students anxiously worrying about the fitness of their own genitals, but of suspiciously policing one another's. As if adolescents weren't humiliating enough. Anyone who varies from the norm in any way, or even who might defend their privacy by not wishing to be naked in front of peers, would be immediately suspected, labeled invalid or an outsider. And that doesn't matter whether they are trans or cis, non-binary or intersex. This is anyone who's different. They would be called an outsider. What an unfathomable violation of privacy. Coaches and other adults would have a valid reason to be asking about and inspecting the genital of minors, and minors would have a valid reason to be reporting to adults on the genitals of their peers. This is completely unconstitutional. I can't imagine a worse thing for the state to start regulating. I can't imagine a situation more likely to create sexual harassment and bullying, to facilitate molestation and assault, both among youth and by predatory adults. In fact, this is so unconstitutional that I question the motives of the people bringing this bill at all, knowing it would likely be struck down in court. The messaging of this bill specifically to our youth, cis and straight and non-binary as well as trans, is that policing the natural features of one another's bodies is the business of the school and of the state, which is a horrible idea to introduce into the already fraught world of adolescence. This is unnecessary, cruel, invasive, and can only bring harm. Please reject it at the soonest possible opportunity and save us all the court fees. Thank you.
All right, that was Emily Butler. Thank you for providing your testimony this morning. Next up is Francesca Allegrezza, and beyond that would be Janice Park. So Francesca Allegrezza, if you would please state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes. Oh, and your location.
My name is Francesca Allegrezza, and I wasn't asked if I was going to be speaking to testify or if I was just going to listen into the committee meeting today. I just wanted to listen to what the community has to say, and I wanted to do that telephonically, so I don't want to take up anybody's time. I just wanted to hear what everyone has to say.
Duly noted. Today was dedicated to public testimony, so we will probably fill the time up with that, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next up is Janice Park, and after that would be Richard Larson. So next up is Janice Park. If you can hear me, please state your name and affiliation and your location and begin your testimony.
Hi, this is Janice Park. I'm calling from Anchorage, and I am calling representing myself. I'm strongly opposed to SB 140. This is a cruel bill. This is intentionally cruel and will hurt children. Trans children have the right to their own identity and self-esteem. And this is a bill that potentially could be extremely damaging. To quote from the Journal of Interpersonal Violence, 82% of transgender individuals have considered killing themselves and 40% have attempted suicide, with suicidality highest among transgender youth. Suicidality in this context means that they have suicidal ideation, really plan to carry out their own death. The contributing factors to this are the rejection of society, whether or not they are accepted or stigmatized at school, whether they feel that they have a place. And as the previous caller mentioned, this bill puts the responsibility for determining a child's sex on the teachers and school staff. And imagine yourself being the person who looks into the face of a child, who inspects that child and says that they don't conform with the views of the person inspecting them and telling them they are less than what is permitted, knowing that that child is at high risk for suicide. And if you could look in that child's face knowing that you could be condemning them to suicide, then go ahead and pass this bill. And if you're that person that can look in that child's face and do that, shame on you. Shame on you. I hope you will not pass this bill. Thank you.
All right, I believe that was Janice Park. Thank you for providing testimony today. Next up is Richard Larson, and it looks like Richard Ole Larson. And beyond that would be Jessica Rosado. So Richard Larson, if you care to state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Wasilla is my location, and my name is Richard Larson, but I go by Ole Larson. My affiliation is I am on the Matanuska-Susitna Borough School District School Board. I am not speaking on behalf of the school board. I graduated from high school prior to Title IX being passed. I could talk for hours about women's sports and women's activities prior to Title IX. Title IX was passed to give women the equal rights to sports and to participate in sports. The last 50 years, I've seen the equity and the tremendous amount of outstanding abilities that Title IX has presented in women's sports. Women have taken that self-awareness and self-esteem into the workforce and broke all kinds of different barriers because of that. Women's sport has accelerated women to the top of the workforce, where 50 years ago that did not occur. If a male body athlete are able to participate in women's sports, you might as well take Title IX and put it in a box, seal it up, and put it on the shelf, because you need to follow the biology. You've heard about it. It's there. It's plain. Biological males are biologically up to anywhere from 20 to 50% better in all aspects of sports. Even if you suppressed all testosterone in a male body, you would only depress about 5% of the male body's ability to participate. The Penn State swimmer, for instance, participated 3 years as a male athlete and ranked 540th in the nation. That male body athlete then switched over to the female swimming and is setting NCAA records and creeping up to world records, going from 560th to world record type academy. We have two daughters, and those daughters were both participated in state of Alaska state championship teams. Their self-esteem, their ability to get things done, rocketed them into the workforce to the ability where they are totally independent and can stand on their own. And I believe that high school athletics set that tone for them.
Richard Larson, you're beyond 2:40 now, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Could you wrap it up?
I just want to say this bill needs to be there to protect women's sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard Ole Larson. Next up is Jessica Rosado, and beyond that will be Shonda File. So Jessica Rosado, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jessica. I have no affiliation. I'm calling from the Denali Borough, Dene lands, past and present. And I'll open by saying that my potentially childbearing hips and I would like to share the following in true opposition of SB 140. For the record, I know I'm not the only one who found the testimony from the retired male gym teacher in Hawaii, among other ones, deeply unsettling, as he repeatedly proclaimed his expertise on the changes that young girls go through around 13 as their bodies are ready for childbearing. I've read about the puritanical history of this country and what still happens in others. I read The Handmaid's Tale in high school, and I repeat, that was a properly chilling testimony. I'm here today because it's increasingly transparent that this bill is about so much more than not letting trans children play with other kids and have any semblance of the normal childhood that they long for. We all see the news and what's unfolding and being introduced and passing in Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Missouri, and more. This bill is undeniably part of a larger trend that seeks to exclude, isolate, and deny human rights in history. This is all connected. After listening to the bill's introduction, I wanted to ask if anyone had reached out to Olympian and Alaskan Lydia Jacoby, who was referenced in your presentation for comment, or perhaps the current Iditarod transgender musher, Quince Mountain. I keep wondering what Team Allery, who gave testimony calling in from Georgia, not Alaska FYI, would have felt more comfortable playing sports in as a little girl inside. What would she say in today's world? Senator Hughes, you talk about not excluding anyone and being open-minded while pointedly inventing hypothetical trans and co-ed teams as solutions in this. This really sounds isolated and complicated to an already exhausted and quite not arguably underfunded Alaskan education system. I disagree with Senator Hughes on this bill. And another thing that she pointed out twice is that women are fundamentally disadvantaged. I play sports. I'm almost 40. I don't feel disadvantaged as a woman until others make that so. I feel empowered. To all the trans and LGBTQ kids, family members, and allies of all ages, I am a queer woman with a trans partner who stands with you. You are loved and seen, and we are all stronger together in Alaska and beyond. Thank you for your time.
All right, that was Jessica Rosado. Thank you for your public testimony. Next up is Shonda File, and beyond that will be Christina Eubanks. So Shonda File, or Filet maybe, if you'd please state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Chanda File. I'm a resident of Anchorage, speaking for myself, and I am in strong opposition to SB 140. At its core, this bill is discriminatory, unfair, and places a target on the backs of student athletes who simply want to compete as who they are. The idea that Alaska would mandate singling out trans student athletes, violating their right to privacy, and making them even more vulnerable to bullying and worse is simply horrific. It's extremely upsetting to me that those seeking to discriminate against trans athletes are utilizing the 50th anniversary of Title IX as a pedestal for this bill,
Trans girls and women are not a threat to women's sports as they exist today, nor a threat to any of the progress made over the past 5 decades. Those who support excluding trans women from women's sports unequivocally do not support women's sports. Please be assured that there are many threats to women's sports out there, including coaches abusing players and salary and investment gaps. We have a long way to go to ensure an equal playing field in sports for all genders, and trans athletes should be welcome on that field. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
All right, Chandra Farrell, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Christina Eubanks, and beyond that would be Mo Dart. So Christina Eubanks, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Christina Eubanks, and I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm here representing myself as a mother of 4 middle and high school students and a member of the National Association for the Education of Young Children, a professional educational association for those serving children birth through 8 years. I'm strongly against SB 140. Our code of ethics states as professionals that our role is to support all children, including those who are transgender. This bill is discriminatory against trans female students. I will second all the other testimony against this bill. I sincerely hope that the committee votes to not move this bill out of conference. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony against SB 140.
All right, Christina Eubanks, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up is Mo Dart, and beyond that will be Matthew Simpson. So Mo Dart, if you'd state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mo Dart. I'm from Fairbanks. I'm representing myself today, and I'd like to state that I strongly oppose SB 140. I'm calling in today as just a concerned community member. I feel like a lot of people on this line have said a lot of really impactful things, and I just wanted to share my point of view as somebody who works with many trans youth in this community. This bill strongly is targeted just towards trans women. This is not an inclusive bill that covers everyone, so it's very targeted at just trans women. I work with many trans girls in this community, and hearing them come in at the end of the day from school and constantly checking in with me to see what I know about all of this, this bill that's coming in and how they want to see it stopped and what I'm doing to try to help them while I'm watching the other trans boys that are coming in from their wrestling matches, from their volleyball games. They're not being excluded. And this bill is specifically targeted to those girls who are so vulnerable. Nonetheless, are you giving power to community members, to people in schools, that there's no sense of regulation of who's going to be body checking these girls, not only outing them to the school, but creating a culture around the school that is targeting these girls? It's extremely unfair, and I think you need to think more deeply into the repercussions of, as others have said, the suicide prevention that we are trying to establish within this community. Thank you for your time.
All right, Mo Dart, thank you for your public testimony. Next up is Matthew Sampson, and beyond that will be Emily Cohen. So Matthew Sampson, if you can hear me, please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes of testimony. Matthew.
And I serve.
I'm sorry, could you just start all over again? State your name, affiliation, and location. Begin your testimony.
Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Matthew Sampson, and I serve on the Board of Education here in the interior, Fairbanks. I'm calling in to express my support of Senate Bill 140, and a big thank you to Ms. Hughes and others who worked on bringing this common sense bill forward. Although my support of Senate Bill 140 is that of my own, Senate Bill 140 will grant fairness and normalcy, and not only the interior, but Alaska as a whole. The idea of permitting males or boys to compete against girls as girls is absolutely ridiculous and is the definition of, I would argue, insanity and injustice. For anyone to claim most girls are as strong as most boys is undoubtedly either ignorant or, typically the case, lying. It's high time we as an educational institution stop lying to our children. It's time we stop supporting and encouraging confusing behavior and scientific fallacies. If we truly desire to do what's best for our children, let's step back out of this dark rabbit hole and be honest with our children. Boys are not girls. Generally speaking, pound for pound, boys are stronger. Boys essentially stealing medals from girls is wrong. No one's saying boys can't pretend to be girls. I am saying it's completely unfair to pit a man against a woman. The state records prove as much. This bill is about respect. This bill is about recognition. And this bill is about equality. Let's give our girls a fair shot in the sports where they've worked so hard to accomplish. Thank you.
All right, that was Matthew Sampson. Thank you for your public testimony. Next up is Emily Cohen, and beyond that is Kimberly Brill. So Emily Cohen, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes of testimony.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Emily Cohen. I am a resident of Fairbanks, and I strongly oppose SB 140. I agree with other people providing testimony that this is a solution looking for a problem and that this is likely a misuse of time and resources. However, the passage of this bill would send a clear message to all trans people in Alaska that they are not welcome here. And as a community mental health provider to children and teens in our state, many of whom are trans, I can definitely tell you that trans exclusionary legislation such as this leads to direct mental health challenges for actual trans youth, which include increased risk of suicide. I urge you to focus your energy and resources on other more pressing issues concerning our state schools rather than regulating children's access to sports by concerning ourselves with what personal anatomy they possess. I thank you for listening to my opposition to this bill, and thank you for your service to our great state.
All right, thank you, Emily Cohen, for your public testimony. Next up is going to be Kimberly Brill, and beyond that would be Lisa Gentleman. So Kimberly Brill, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes of public testimony.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Brill. I'm calling from Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm representing myself. I'm calling to oppose SB 140. It's discrimination and it should not be tolerated. Transgender youth should have the same rights as cisgendered youth. For those of you that don't know, cisgender means that you identify as the gender you were assigned at birth. There are no facts presented in this bill, so how or why has it been brought up as a concern? How many transgender children athletes do you know that have brought their teams to victory? How would you even know? If this bill passes, how would you find out the child on the team is transgender? Do you think it's appropriate to pull down and inspect another person's genitalia to determine they're playing on the right team? Transgender children already are more vulnerable than cisgender children. The Trevor Project shared that 52% of transgender children have thought about suicide and 20% have attempted it. If transgender children are not allowed to play sports, what do you think these numbers will be? Passing this bill will cause more harm than good. This bill needs to die here, and we need to allow transgender children the same rights to play sports and live their life as we do for cisgendered children. Thank you.
All right, that was Kimberly Brill. Thank you for providing public testimony. Next up is Lisa Gentleman, and after that would be Rodney Christiansen. So Lisa Gentleman, if you'd please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes of public testimony.
Hello, my name is Lisa Gentleman, and I'm from Eagle River. I am representing myself. I'm calling in strong support of Senate Bill 140 in order to protect women and girls sports. Thank you, Senator Hughes and Senator Holland, for this opportunity for public testimony. God created men and women differently. We will all one day be accountable to Him in His court for our actions. Let's stick with facts, not feelings. The men's fastest mile time is 3 minutes, 43 seconds. Women's fastest mile time, 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Men's bench press record, 782 pounds. Women's bench press, 605 pounds. Biological women cannot fairly compete with biological men, as clearly documented and proven in world facts. Please pass this bill out of the Education Committee. Say yes to this bill and protect women and girls from discrimination and clearly an unfair playing field. Do not fall for the deception that XY is equal to XX. Gene is gender and it is known at birth. None of this other nonsense is necessary, these false accusations that you have to check it. It is known and it has been given by God at birth. The truth is, biological men competing with other men is fair. Biological women competing with other women is fair. In Alaska, we have many women hurt already from domestic violence and rape, male domination. We do not want any further harm to Alaskan women and girls by allowing men to dominate them in sports. Thank you.
All right, that was Lisa Gentleman. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Rodney Christiansen, and beyond that would be Frana Burtness Adams. So Rodney Christiansen, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes of testimony. Rodney Christiansen, can you hear us? We're not hearing you. I hear something out there. I think we'll put them aside right now. And Frana Burtness Adams, beyond that would be Julie Smythe. Frana Burtness Adams, can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Awesome. Thanks so much. So my name is Frana Burtness Adams. I'm just here representing myself, and I live on Lower Tanana, Juneau land in Fairbanks. I'm here to strongly oppose Senate Bill 140. I grew up in Fairbanks on Lower Tanana, Juneau land. I went to Weller, Tanana, and Lathrop. And I, like a lot of Alaskan children, grew up playing sports all the time, all year round. The feeling of hitting a three-pointer at the buzzer, the perfect set that floats to your hitter, flying over a hurdle on the track, hugging your teammate after they scored the game-winning goal, and road trips with my friends and teammates. Sports were my life in high school. It taught me the importance of strong work ethic in everything that I did. It taught me what leadership looked and felt like and how to juggle multiple responsibilities at once. It allowed me to push my comfort zone in a safe setting and expand my understanding of the world. It allowed me the opportunity to travel to new parts of this spectacular state. In a time of deep insecurity, aka high school for everyone, sports gave me the confidence to feel like I could succeed and that I was headed in the right direction. Sports was the reason I had the motivation to go to college. If you pass this bill, you're taking away the possibility for these kinds of memories to happen for hundreds of Alaskan children. And I really just have to ask, why is this important to deny opportunities to anyone and children on top of that? Why is this a priority of a senator? Sports gave me life experience. It helped me form foundational social and emotional skills. And most importantly, it provided me with life lessons that I learned early. This bill is dangerous and cruel. It targets students of color, openly and blatantly discriminates, violates basic privacy rights, weaponizes an incorrect definition of sex, and excludes students from being a part of their school community. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 140 and highly recommend you all do the same. I will end by saying we are here, we are queer, and we will exist longer than Senator Hughes will be in office. Thank you.
All right, that was Frana Burtness Adams. Next up is Julie Smith or Julie Smythe. Beyond that, we'll try Rodney Christiansen again. But Julie Smith, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Julie Smith. I'm calling on behalf of myself today from the Lower Tanana lands of Fairbanks. I am a Nupiat. In my culture, we choose our gender as we get older. Our names are genderless because in our culture, we are reincarnated and our soul enters the next body that's born no matter what sex the baby is. This bill would impact people from my culture and others across the state, whether they are indigenous or not, as it is common in many cultures for people to be transgender, especially because we are assigned genders at birth and many outside of the binary do not exist on various forms. This bill would also encourage lawsuits, which will be paid for at the cost of taxpayers. This bill asks teachers and coaches to violate the basic privacy rights of students of a variety of ages. I also listened in last week. Not only is this bill anti-trans, it's anti-female. Females are just as good, if not better, than men at sports. The reason girls' teams exist is not because they are inferior, but because people with power believed they were and still apparently believe they are. So laws were created to give females a chance to play. This law seeks to take away that chance for many students across Alaska. I oppose SB 140. Also, just so you know, the person who played on the swim team, who is trans at Penn State, was taking estrogen and it impacted their body. They talk about it. You can read articles. They did not play the same way as they did when they played as male. And they had to be on the HRT for over a year. In fact, they were on it for over 2 years because COVID intervened with their ability to play. So please, oppose SB 140. It is the right thing to do for all Alaskans. Thank you.
All right, that was Julie Smith. We're going to try to circle back to Rodney Christensen. If you can hear me, Rodney Christensen. Beyond that will be Robin Rhodes. So Rodney Christensen, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes. I think he put us on hold. So Robin Rhodes, if you can hear me, next up will be Ellie Hoganson. But Robin Rhodes, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and begin your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. This is Robin Rhodes. I live in Juneau, and I represent myself. Firstly, I'd like to state that I wholeheartedly agree with the well-informed and articulate views that have already been expressed in opposition to this bill during this hearing. I would like to add an additional argument based upon my background and education as a biologist. As such, I would like to point out that the definition used for biological sex in this bill is both inaccurate and logistically indefensible and unenforceable. A previous testifier's claim that, quote, gene is gender is false. A perfect example of this is the research that has come out of the effects of a chemical known as diethylstilbestrol, which is abbreviated DES, which was a synthetic form of estrogen that was widely prescribed to pregnant women in around the 1950s. DES is an endocrine disrupting chemical that can affect fetal development. One of the many unforeseen outcomes of this medical fad was that there was a cohort of individuals with XY chromosomes who were outwardly, in absolutely every respect, female. Many of the women affected and those that loved them were completely unaware that they did not have a matched set of X chromosomes until they tried to conceive. You see, during early development, at some point, all fetuses have the precursors of both reproductive parts. The Mullerian ducts that, if left, will develop into the fallopian tubes, uterus, and the general other aspects of the uterovaginal canal, as well as Wolffian ducts, which are the progenitors of the vas deferens and seminal vessels. Which of these structures is allowed to develop during fetal development determines in parts the physiological appearance of the infant. And the trigger that determines this is entirely chemical. If any piece of legislation that incorporates the term biological sex is going to face an ethical and logistical quagmire on how to both assign and verify such a metric, and in doing so sets an abhorrent precedent for privacy violations and government access to medical records. Conservatives think mandated masking is bad. Stop and consider what mandated genetic testing and government record keeping associated with that would look like. I would also just like to finish by saying, from a moral standpoint, this bill is abhorrent and is very much rooted in discrimination, but from a cold, hard science aspect, it is also completely inaccurate and false. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, Robin Rhodes, thank you for your public testimony. Next up is Ellie Hoganson, and next would be Sarah Mortada after that. But Ellie Hoganson, if you can hear me, please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Yes, so my name is Ellie Hoganson. I live in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I represent myself. I'm in strong opposition to SB 140. I'm a mom of a beautiful transgender daughter. now just out of the house and making her way very successfully in the world. This is a bill looking for a problem, like so many people said. It would further stigmatize students who already face hurdles and barriers in life. Trans children, like all children, should be cherished, not ostracized. As any parent with a kid in sports knows, athletics can be an important way for kids to find joy in school, and we shouldn't be excluding anyone from this opportunity. I also second the concerns of so many about the horrifying enforcement of this truly creepy bill and the mental health effects on trans girls. This doesn't deserve to exist in Alaska. I feel as a lifelong Alaskan that our values, our community, and individuality, this feels completely in opposition to these values. I'm very opposed to this bill, and thank you for hearing my testimony.
All right, that was Ellie Hoganson. Thank you for providing public testimony. Next up is Sarah Murtada, and beyond that will be Arlie Hitchcock. So Sarah Murtada, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sarah Murtada from Palmer, Alaska. I'm testifying on behalf of myself. As a kid, I played sports all through my academic career. I learned how to work on a team, how to push myself harder than I knew I could, time management, and I'm now finishing my last semester of law school using the skills I learned in sports. Taking this away from transgender students isolates them, prevents kids from learning these valuable skills, and they don't get to learn what I learned. It also takes away from cis students like me who deserve and want to play against our classmates. There's no data demonstrating trans students participating has a negative impact, but there is significant data showing the negative impact of preventing trans students from sports for both trans and non-trans youth. As a law student, I've spent 3 years learning about individual sovereignty, learning about our civil rights, our American constitutional rights against government inclusion. We talk about this with face masks, and we also talk about this with this bill. And this bill flies in the face of our Constitution and all of our individual rights that we hold dear here in Alaska. There's been a coordinated attack on kids, trans kids in sports nationwide. Please don't allow this lower 48 politics to impact Alaska. We Alaskans are truly better than this bill, and because of that, I oppose this bill. Thank you all for your time.
All right, that was Sarah Murtada. Thank you for your public testimony. Next up is Arlie Hitchcock, and after that will be Jessica Green. Arlie Hitchcock, if you can hear me, please provide state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, all. My name is Arlie Hitchcock. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a former student athlete representing myself, calling in from Lower Town on Juneau lands outside of Fairbanks, and I'm here to strongly oppose SB 140. It is hard enough to be a child in this world without adults trying to make you disappear. That is what you all are trying to do, to isolate and kill children. Why is your focus on this instead of writing and hearing bills that would actually benefit children in schools in Alaska? Growing up as a visibly gender nonconforming kid in the 90s and early 2000s, I was badly bullied throughout school for how I presented my gender. And when I would come home and recount the bullying to my loving, supportive parents, they would tell me that those people bullied me because they hated some part of themselves and saw that I loved all of myself. I don't know why Senator Hughes and the supporters of this bill hate themselves, but I'm sorry that you do. I'm sorry that you felt like you had to kill some nonconforming part of yourself to survive in this society. I really am, but you all are adults, and I suggest that you talk about why you hate yourself to a therapist instead of taking it out on children. All children need spaces where they can feel safe and loved. For me, it didn't matter what was going on in school because I could go to my soccer and lacrosse teams and just be a kid for a bit. And as an athlete, I was taught to lose. It is the only guarantee in sports. Trans people deserve the opportunity to compete and to lose and maybe sometimes feel the rush of a win. I know for a fact that sports saved my life, and it is so upsetting thinking about all the trans kids growing up at this time that may not survive because Republican lawmakers are trying to disappear them. This bill is creepy and gross, and you all should take a long look at yourself as to why you care what children's genitals are. I would normally thank the committee for their time, but I am not thankful I need to be calling in today because full-grown elected adults decided it's worth their time to target and bully trans kids. So thank you to all the folks who called in to oppose this bill and for listing facts so that I could speak my feelings today.
All right, thank you to Arlie Hitchcock for providing public testimony. Next up is Jessica Green. Beyond that will be Kendall Hughes. Jessica Green, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, thanks for your time and hearing my testimony. My legal name is Jessica Green. My true name is Jay Green. My pronouns are they, them. I'm representing myself. I live in Anchorage, Alaska on Dena'ina land. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, a social worker, a parent, a UAA master's graduate, and I love sports. I'm testifying in opposition of Senate Bill 140. I've lived in Alaska my whole life and played sports throughout my academic career. And though I didn't have the language then to communicate my experiences as a genderqueer masculine person, I still experienced them. On the playground, I was one of two, sometimes the only, assigned female at birth students who played alongside of assigned male at birth students. Football, basketball, baseball. I was often picked early because other students playing those sports knew my place and knew my capabilities. On the playground, which is ruled by children, mind you, I was seen as equal to my assigned male at birth teammates and allowed to participate in sports with them. As I grew older, I was governed by school policies. I remember watching my assigned male at birth peers form teams that if I were on the playground, I would be on. But because of the discriminatory policies of this school district, I was unable to play alongside those students I had been for years. I still participated in sports because they were important to me. However, I did so while feeling alienated, out of place, with poor mental health, suffering, and a longing to play on a team of my peers. If the policies allowed, I know for a fact I would have continued playing sports. If included where I knew I belonged, I believed it would have changed my course in life. You've heard many reasons to oppose this bill, including psychological harm to trans youth, increased rates of suicide, violation of basic privacy rights, unscientific definitions, and that it specifically targets students of colors. These are not arguable points. These are facts supported by law, science, and personal experiences of trans youth and allies. For all these reasons, this bill cannot flourish. Please do not pass this bill out of committee and choose to protect all Alaskan students and all Alaskan athletes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I hope the committee does the right and just thing, which would be to not let this pass committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica Green. Next up is Kendall Hughes, and beyond that will be Gretchen Gordon. Kendall Hughes, if you can hear me, state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kendall Cruz. I'm a resident of Palmer. I am also a Christian, a mother of daughters, and I was a collegiate athlete. I was able to play multiple sports all year round, my entire childhood, and I walked on to a team in college, of a lacrosse team that I've never even played before. I was able to do that because women's sports are separate from men's sports. I would never have been able to walk onto the men's team and play throughout college. We can acknowledge that there are children who need help and support and love, and that is absolutely true across the board. But biology is biology, and trying to pretend that girls are boys and boys are girls and it's all subjective is neither reality or truth. We need to acknowledge that there is a difference physically. I have sons and daughters. My younger son is physically more dominant than my older daughter. There's nothing wrong with the fact that biology is biology and boys have an edge physically over women. My brother is over 6 feet tall, 220 pounds of muscle. I'm barely 5'4". We need to acknowledge that women's sports need to be protected and that women fought to be able to compete against each other, not against men. Otherwise, we should just have collective sports where it is only all spectrums of whatever we want to pretend there are, and there's one team, and we'll see how many women make that team. We'll see how many transgender boy-girls make that team. The reality is we are born with certain profiles. When you come to see me as a healthcare provider, there are different normal levels for boys and girls. There are different needs nutritionally. There are different expenditures. This is a war on biology, and this aspect is a war on the safety for girls. There was an MMA fighter who was a man that that then trained and fought women and cracked the skull and permanently damaged his opponent. We would never accept a man beating a woman and cracking her skull in normal society. As a mother of daughters, I will not be sending my daughter to play in sports, co-ed sports, where she could be harmed. I will not be allowing her to go into a locker room where there will be mixed parts, which is never appropriate.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll wrap up.
Yep, thank you.
There's an easy way to check on biology without making everyone a pedophile. When you go to school, you turn in your birth certificate. It says a gender on there. Claiming that all the teachers or coaches are going to become pedophiles is wrong and inaccurate. Thank you for your time. I support SB 140.
Thank you, Kendall Cruz. Next up is Gretchen Gordon, and beyond that would be Summer Anderson. So Gretchen Gordon, if you can hear me, state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Good morning, members of the Senate Education Committee. My name is Gretchen Gordon. I'm representing myself, and I reside in Fairbanks, and I would like to voice my opposition to Senate Bill 140. Senate Bill 140 is the result of yet another directive from the Christian nationalist America First and Turning Point USA's coordinated effort to rid our country of anything that is not white, straight, and Christian. Transgender people make up just 0.6% of our entire population. Yet here we are, looking for a problem where a problem does not exist, relying on subjective and nostalgic claims from so-called expert testimonies that have no merit, and cherry-picking science so old that it has since been refuted many times over. Senate Bill 140 is blatantly discriminatory and quite unoriginal. It's sad to see Alaska jump on the bandwagon of hate. It violates Title IX and the U.S. Constitution's right to privacy. Senate Bill 140 is designed to oppress and exclude transgender girls specifically from participating fully in sports and in the school community, and all of the benefits participation provides our youth. And frankly, meets the sponsor's need to attempt to erase transgender youth. Not only is its goal to erase and exclude, but also to humiliate and traumatize. Senate Bill 140 attempts to enjoin Alaska with other states emboldened with hate and misunderstandings about who trans-Alaskans are and who trans-Alaskan youth are. Our lawmakers claim to want to keep Alaskan youth safe and sports for girls fair. This is a bold-faced lie. Let me be very clear to every trans and gender-expansive youth out there listening this afternoon. Never for 1 second allow yourself to think you are anything other than amazing, valid, and a valuable part of this world. People who belittle, dehumanize, and discriminate transgender folks will never win because their ideas about transgender people and youth are not factual. They're rooted in fear, hate, ignorance, misguided religious beliefs, and insecurity. Senators, I urge you, do not advance Senate Bill 140. And if you do, please know these students are active. They're stronger than you can imagine. They will be voting soon, as will their peers, their teachers, and their parents. Please be better than this. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
All right. If you can still hear me, I lost track. Was that Gretchen Gordon? I just want to make sure I'm at the right spot on the list. Gretchen Gordon. Thank you, Gretchen Gordon, for providing testimony. Summer Anderson. Beyond that will be Mary Zakowski. So Summer Anderson, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
My name is Summer Anderson. I represent myself. I spent most of my life in Fairbanks and now am raising my family in Haines. I'm a feminist, a volunteer in youth sports, and I strongly oppose SB 140 on both moral and practical grounds. This bill is unnecessary. The state of Alaska has no place creating barriers for children to participate in activities in public schools. The practical application of defining sex and gender in minors is a minefield, and creating policies and procedures that probe into the most private and intimate details in the lives of minors is next to impossible and incompatible with Alaskans' right to privacy as detailed in our state constitution. The unwritten text of this bill is clearly to exclude trans people. However, it would be harmful to all of our children. The written part of the bill is impractical. Opening our institutions to litigation is harmful to our schools, our sports organizations, and our families. I would like to echo the testimony of Alyssa Quinton and honoring our friends in the ground. I would like to echo the testimony of Liz Like and impress upon our representatives to listen to the kids. They are our future, and they do not want this overwhelmingly. So please, listen to the kids. And on that note, I would also like to testify or to echo the testimony of the woman who spoke on the real barriers in women's sports, which is funding, media recognition, and material sports, not trans athletes. Please vote this bill down immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer Anderson. Mary Zakowski's up next. Beyond that would be Rebecca Cullenberg. Mary Zakowski, if you'd please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mary Chodkowski from Fairbanks, Alaska. I represent myself and oppose SB 140. SB 140 would make it such that trans youth are not allowed to play for the team aligned with their gender. Denying students gender affirmation is a form of mental abuse and would prevent participation of trans youth in sports. Transgender youth are at particular risk when it comes to mental health and student performance. They are 3 times as likely to contemplate suicide than their cisgender classmates. Studies have shown that trans youth who are welcomed and affirmed in all aspects of their life have lower rates of depression and suicidal thoughts. Additionally, transgender students involved in athletics have reported higher grades and lower rates of depressive symptoms than those not involved. The restrictions against trans kids' participation in youth athletics proposed in SB 140 would directly correlate to the unwell-being and potential death of young Alaskans. The sponsor statement for SB 140 puts forth to the legislature cites justification of protection of girls' sports. I counter with the fact that in the last 10 years, high school girls' participation in sports has decreased in states with trans-exclusive policies, while remaining unchanged or increasing in states with trans-inclusive policies. Questioning students' gender and body make both trans and cis students uncomfortable and has been shown to increase bullying of both trans and cis students. SB 140 would harm the experience of organized sports for all Alaskan youth. I personally participated in youth athletics for 10 years and then went on to compete at the collegiate level. This was a truly formative experience for me, which fostered lifelong friendships, hobbies, and education. This opportunity should not be denied to any student. I'll also note that I still would have had fun, done well, and been recruited to the college team if competing against trans competitors. One of the points of sports is to push yourself to improve no matter your competition. Trans people have always and will always exist and have been competing in youth sports for decades. Why is this being brought up? And with citations of hypothetical situations that have not come up in the decades of trans youth competing. Trans women are women. You can't say you support women in sport if you don't support trans women in sport. Thank you for your time.
All right, that was Mary Zakowski. Thank you so much. Rebecca Cullenberg's up next. Christy Marvin will follow. Rebecca Cullenberg, please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes of testimony.
Yes, hi, I'm Rebecca Cullenberg from Wasilla, and I'm representing myself. I'm fully in support of the SB 140 bill because Alaska's biological girls and women should not be discriminated against in women's sports. This is not about disliking the trans community. I have dear friends who have made that choice. This bill should not be voted and led by emotions and feelings, but rather on fact. Biological males are different than biological females. I have 8 granddaughters, and they should not have to compete with biological males in girls' sports. This is what the SB 140 bill is all about. I strongly support this SB 140 bill, and I hope that you would vote the same. Thank you, Senator Hughes and others, for your work on this bill. Thank you.
That was Rebecca Cullenberg. Thank you for your public testimony. Next up is Christy Marvin, and she'll be followed by Phil Moser. So Christy Marvin, if you'd please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes of testimony.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Christy Marvin. I am representing myself from Palmer, Alaska, and I fully support Senate Bill 140, the Even Playing Act. I am a local elite women's athlete, middle school running coach, and mother of 3 boys. I believe girls deserve a chance at fair competition in sports. Transgender girls should not be allowed to compete against cisgender girls. The basis for this argument is one of simple human biology. There is ample and growing scientific evidence that testosterone provides a significant performance advantage in sports, enough so that testosterone is on the banned substances list of anti-doping agencies the world over. In a recent study published in the European Journal of Applied Physiology, biologic females on average have 30 to 60% less muscle mass and strength compared to biologic males. Biologic males also have a higher oxygen carrying capacity to fuel those big muscles. A woman's VO2 max is 20% lower than a man's. Take a look at Allison Felix. She is the most decorated female athlete in track and field history, having won 6 Olympic gold medals. However, her lifetime personal best in the 400-meter dash would not even put her on the podium in high school boys' state championship races. If the fastest women on the planet cannot compete against high school boys, we cannot expect our average cisgender high school girls to do so. Cisgender females often reach their biologic peak by 8th grade, whereas biologic males continue to improve at drastic rates through middle and high school due to male puberty. Here are 4 examples. Myself, in high school, I improved my mile time by just 7 seconds over 4 years. Allie Ostrander, a national caliber athlete and Alaska state record holder. During high school, she improved her mile time by just 10 seconds. Hobbs Kessler, a biologic male and national high school mile record holder, improved his mile time by an entire minute. Tristan Merchant, a biologic male, also a national caliber runner and Alaska state record holder, improved his per mile time in the 3,000 by almost a minute during high school. Compare this again to the girls with just 7 to 10 second improvements. What's the difference? Not training, not coaching, simply male puberty. Critics argue that transgender students are subject to bullying and high rates of suicide. The argument is we should step aside and allow trans girls to compete in the girls category due to this discrimination. While this is certainly a problem, the solution is not to destroy the level playing field for cisgender females. Women have fought long and hard for a place in the world of sport. Allowing transgender females with their clear-cut biologic performance advantages to compete in the women's division takes away opportunities for excellence for cisgender females. Having biologic males compete in the female division renders the gender divide in the sport meaningless. If we allow this to happen, we will soon eliminate girls' sports altogether. Thank you for listening, and please help me fight for every little girl out there who aspires to be more than she is today. Give them the same opportunity that I had as a girl.
Thank you, Christy Marvin. Next up is Phil Moser. Phil Moser, beyond Phil Moser will be Sally Pollen. So Phil Moser, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Philip Moser. I live in Juneau, Alaska, in the Mendenhall Valley, and I'm representing myself. I believe that the fact that SB 140 is already on the block for debate is a failure. This is a clear attack, not just on trans children, but trans people and people in general across the United States. Part of the testimony that's come up about putting SB 140 into law is that it might rob women of scholarships. What scholarships? What work is the person that put this bill forward doing to increase scholarships in Alaska, where we've just seen a huge portion of our state scholarships swept back into the general fund not to be used? What are we doing for university funding in Alaska? What are we doing for school funding for elementary through high school? When I was a student athlete, I played both football and track and field. In that time, I played against all different kinds of body types. I wasn't the biggest. I wasn't the fastest. What are we going to, if a bill like this is in effect, it's playing with the same rhetoric and the same arguments that went against segregation in school. They're going against the same arguments that went against putting Title IX in place in the first place. What are you going to do? if a student's playing and there's another, child that's 100 pounds more, is that child going to be banned in general? Part of the thing of sports is that it's building up character. It's not about winning. It's not about mandating some ideal body size or body type. People come in all kinds of body type. That's preference of students across the state and across the nation is to include students, no matter if they're trans, no matter if they're cis. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to hear testimony from a student across the other side of the country. Protecting the right type, protecting little girls, a certain type of ethereal little girl that somehow doesn't have a voice to enter this debate, enters into the same arguments that were used in the murder of Emmett Till. They were used in the same types of arguments to exclude LGBT teachers from schools. They're used in bathroom bills. This type of argument has only been used to affect others, and it will continue to only be used to affect others. These types of things, and especially
2 minutes and 30.
Anti-trans rhetoric has also been used to attack women of color, BIPOC people, and it will continue to attack them as well as it does trans students. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip Moser. Next up is Sally Pollen. After Sally Pollen will be Raymond Lee. I'm just going to start. I've been giving people a lot of latitude on going beyond to the 2.5 minute. I'm just going to start reminding people at 2 minutes that their time is up. Sally Pollen, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
My name is Sally Pollen. I live in Palmer, Alaska, born and raised here. I don't represent anybody officially, but I'd like to say I will represent the girls, the biological girls that are in school and want to compete in sports with other girls. I have nothing against the transgender kids, nothing at all. And I suggest that maybe if there's enough of them, that they organize and have competition among themselves. I am strongly in favor of this bill, and I suggest that if it's not passed, that it will be legalizing bullying. It's already been stated. I've been on the line for about 2 hours, and I see a very organized effort in verbiage used of all the people who testified against this common sense bill. Words like gross and discrimination. This has nothing to do with being gross or trying to being afraid that somebody's going to commit suicide because they can't participate in sports that are for girls. So anyway, I see right through that ploy right there. And I'm strongly in favor of Shelley Hughes, Senator Shelley Hughes' bill to make the illegal and a level playing field in girls' sports. And of all the things that are happening in this world right now, and we're arguing nonsense like this, there's biological boys, there's biological girls, and viva la difference.
2 minutes.
Okay. All right, is that my 2 minutes?
Yes, that's your 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Sally Pollen. Next up is Raymond Lee. After Raymond Lee will be Teresa Groves. Raymond Lee, if you can hear me, state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Raymond Lee, speaking on Dena'ina Land, and I'm a volunteer martial arts instructor representing myself. SB 140 is needlessly discriminatory. Doctors worldwide assert that trans people need to transition. Kids under 16 can only ever receive hormone blockers, and kids under 13 don't get anything. Hormone blockers pause the effects of puberty so they can mentally mature and gain a clearer sense of self. And this is what researchers and doctors all advise, and it's inexcusable that people ignore this. The main complaint against trans kids in sports is that they supposedly outperform cisgender kids. On top of the research, my question is, why do people who support bills like these also refuse to let trans kids have hormone blockers when it would pause the exaggerated effects of puberty and, in your view, make competition vastly more equal? Trans students clearly do not outperform in school sports anyway. There are thousands of trans athletes. You'd hear about several new cases every week if they actually had an unfair advantage. All recent interviews of coaches and teachers show that most trans kids hold an average performance no matter the gender group they're placed in. I've trained plenty of women who always outperform my male students through black belt and beyond, despite physical differences. I don't have to suppose it. I've seen it. These female students make the male students afraid to spar. While proponents of this bill will bring up bone density, the reality is that hormone therapy does change the body drastically, and even without it, this biological variation already exists among cisgender people, which is even more obvious when you bring up intersex people, which, by the way, how do intersex people fit into this bill exactly? Even in the Olympics, trans people are forced to stop their hormone therapy, but intersex people are forced to start hormone therapy, all supposedly to make it fair. I ask, fair for whom? This is hypocritical, inhumane, and egregiously flawed. They do not need to be more like you to qualify for sports. Sports are not meant for dictating bodies. They are for celebrating abilities and accomplishments. It's a space to learn perseverance, discipline, and health, regardless of your physical state. And if anyone here wants to say that major differences shouldn't be celebrated in sports, then all we have left to do is strip Michael Phelps of his record number of gold medals because he produces only half as much lactic acid as an average person, has an abnormally large wingspan, and is double jointed. But we don't ban the Michael Phelpses. It's clear that this bill isn't actually about physical advantages.
2 minutes.
Thank you to all politicians and civilians for fighting against this bill.
All right, thank you. Excellent use of your 2 minutes. Next up, so Teresa Groves apparently is not there anymore. Next up would be Brooke Bezerit, and after that would be Jennifer Sampson. So Brooke Beesride or Bezerit, if you'd please state your name and affiliation location. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brooke. I'm calling in just for myself, and I am in Anchorage. You guys hear me all right?
Very good. Could you pronounce your last name for me?
Beveridge.
Thank you. Please begin your 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I am calling in strong opposition to this bill, and I do urge you to do the same. Someone asked earlier where the feminists are, and we're here because transgender women are women and transgender men are men, same as transgender girls are girls, boys are boys, and any type of feminism that excludes that isn't feminism. Regardless, forcing transgender and gender nonconforming kids to play for the sports teams of their assigned gender is nothing short of traumatic. This bill also perpetuates the falsehood that gender only includes cisgender men and cisgender women. This bill would allow teachers and coaches to police whether a student is trans or not, which violates medical privacy laws, professionalism expectations, and non-discrimination laws. Honestly, I don't even want to imagine how it is that they decide someone's gender when we're talking about children. Denying these students the opportunity would increase the risk and likelihood of mental health issues and suicide, as well as denying them the benefits of school sports participation. There is no legitimate scientific data to support fairness concerns regarding the participation of trans and gender nonconforming athletes. This bill perpetuates narrow-minded stereotypes of gender and identity. Ultimately, this is just a bill targeting an already marginalized group of the population that are also children who you as representatives have an obligation to protect. This bill is hurtful and unnecessary. This is nothing but an attack on the LGBTQ+ community under the guise of fairness. Please protect our gender nonconforming and transgender children by opposing Senate Bill 140. To any transgender or gender nonconforming folks that hear me on this call, I want to say that you are valid and I love you. Thank you everyone else for your time. I yield my time.
All right, thank you, Brooke Bezerit. Next up is Jennifer Sampson. After that would be Bridget Marriott. So Jennifer Sampson, if you can hear me, please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes. I'm sorry, not there? So, okay, next up would be Bridget Marriott. And after that's Casey Casort. Bridget Marriott, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
My name is Bridget Marriott. I reside in Homer, Alaska. I represent myself. I appreciate having the opportunity to provide public testimony, and there's no need to redact my name. I'm speaking to you as a mother of a child in the Kenai Peninsula School District concerned about the implications this bill would have on the safety of our children. This bill would violate basic privacy rights and require teachers and coaches to verify the sex of a female athlete, whether transgender or not. This imposes upon all women and girls the threat of intrusive and burdensome sex verification that simply cannot be squared with the Alaska Constitution. Our schools are not legally or ethically authorized to verify a child's biological sex under medical privacy laws and non-discrimination laws. And when preparing these comments, I felt that they would be more persuasive to this committee if I stuck to the legality of this bill. And that truly pains me. We're talking about kids' lives here. I hope you truly realize the suffering this bill could cause if passed, and I hope you're listening. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 140. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bridget Marriott. Next up is Casey Casort, and beyond that would be Veronica Howard. Casey Casort, if you can hear me, state your name, affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Awesome. Well, hello, my name is Casey Casort, and I'm calling today in my personal capacity as a Fairbanks resident. I'll echo the dozens of people before me, and I firmly oppose SB 140. I oppose this bill because trans girls are girls, and all kids deserve to play, to be supported, to be loved in all of their identities, and to be mentored by adults that they trust. I oppose this bill because tasking coaches and teachers with determining children's genders would violate every student's basic right to privacy, and that is unacceptable. I oppose this bill because targeting a relatively small group of children is nothing but bullying, and there's no excuse for using your positions of power in the legislature to bully kids. And frankly, I'm frustrated that this committee and the bill's sponsors have decided to spend your limited time and resources in a short legislative session making these baseless attacks on children rather than addressing the real issues in sports and schools, much less the many other real issues facing Alaska. I'm also dismayed that you optioned public testimony on March 3rd and then removed that option at the last moment. It wasn't transparent or fair to folks who took off work and otherwise set aside time to be on the line the way we are again today. Thank you for offering us this opportunity to testify at a more accessible time instead, though. I do appreciate that. But I don't want to focus only on the problems that you're causing here, so instead I'd like to share a little bit of the joy that comes from being queer in Alaska. A little while ago, I helped co-host an LGBTQ+ joy-themed virtual tea party with attendees across Alaska and beyond. Dozens of queer people of all ages gathered to just be together, and it was phenomenal. We drank tea, we talked about all the ways we find joy in our many queer identities and communities in Alaska, we traded queer book and TV show recommendations. The queer joy in the state is real, it's vibrant, and it's not something you can fight, even with bills like this one. I hope one day you all get to experience a sense of belonging like we felt at our tea party.
2 minutes.
With that, I'll just say, please do not hold another hearing on SB 140. And as a previous testifier said, I won't thank the committee for your time since I'd much rather spend my morning doing literally anything other than listening to your transphobia. But I do thank all the other folks who sacrificed their day to stand up for kids. Thanks.
Up next is Veronica Howard. After that will be Gail Limbaugh-Moore. So Veronica Howard, if you can hear me, state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes. Veronica Howard?
Can you hear me?
Now we hear you. If you state your name, affiliation, location, begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Veronica Howard. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm calling from Anchorage in the Dena'ina El Niña. I'm calling today as a scientist, an intersectional feminist, and the parent of a trans child. Thank you for giving me the option to speak to you today about why I am in strong opposition to SB 140. As a scientist and psychologist, I try to understand most things with a really simple question. What's the function? That's how I'm approaching this bill. Why is it needed? Who would be helped and harmed by it? Who put it forth and what are their intentions? And if passed, how could it be done? If the function of this bill is to ensure parity or equity between players, how do we account for the spectrum of natural biological variability? Testimony today keeps referencing biological female versus biological male, making reference to average differences between the sex or referencing simple differences between male and female bodies that are common sense. But biology is not simple, and I'm grateful for biologist Robin Rhodes from Juneau for speaking to the fact that these are false dichotomy arguments. These are misrepresentations of the data on physical differences between men and women, and they just don't fit here. If the function of the bill instead is to help protect female athletes' ability to access educational opportunities, which we've heard multiple times today and we should be paying attention to, Maybe the problem is with affordable higher education, and why aren't we focusing on that instead? In fact, there's currently a bill, SB 146, related to the unexpected and non-transparent cost of textbooks that we could be dedicating our time to instead. But what about the harm? So this is going to disproportionately impact gender nonconforming youth who are already far more likely to experience adverse experiences like bullying, family alienation, homelessness, mental health issues, and suicidal ideation at rates far higher, 10 to 15 times higher than their cisgendered peers.
2 minutes.
Others have already spoken to. How is it going to be enforced? The scrutiny is unnecessary. It's impractical. It will expose the state to harm. As an Alaskan, I'm ashamed that Senator Hughes would propose such a bill. Alaska values privacy and minimal government oversight and promotes people to follow their own unique path to the future. Don't pass this bill that's so clearly designed for unnecessary intrusive oversight in the bodies of our children.
Can you please wrap up? It's much beyond 2 minutes.
This bill is hateful, impractical, and contrary to the spirit of Alaska.
Thank you. Veronica Howard. Thank you, Veronica Howard. Next up is Gail Limbaugh-Moore. Following Gail Limbaugh-Moore will be Taylor Morgan. Gail Limbaugh-Moore, please state your name, affiliation, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Holland and Senator Hughes. I was in school before Title IX was passed, and I couldn't play sports, and I often wonder if I'd have the opportunity to participate if my life would have been different. I love sports, and the few what they would call practices, which included maybe twice in 2 years, we got to play field hockey, and we participated in powder puff sports and a couple of baseball games. That was in 2 years. So we didn't have a lot of opportunities. And today, with what I described, with my history, and I also have feelings of discrimination, during this time because we were women. And, but however, never, ever would I welcome both genders competing at the same sports. If you need, participation trophies, maybe you should go and join a Coed team where there is equal pay for equal place, so to speak. And so that concludes my testimony, and I thank you for hearing me out because I definitely support SB 140. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Gail Limbaugh-Moore. I will say it's 1 o'clock right now. Appreciate the committee members for making this far. I believe maybe one or two might have some obligations that they can't stay for. I plan on running this till probably about 2 o'clock if our staff sticks around that long. And I still don't believe we'll get to the bottom of the list. So I don't want to waste a whole lot of time with those explanations. But next up is Taylor Morgan, and beyond that would be Rebecca DeBusk. So Taylor Morgan, if you'd please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
First off, I want to say thank you to the committee for using the Saturday to hear these testimonies. Just as Casey said earlier, I would much rather also be doing something else with my Saturday than being here for this testimony. But my name is Taylor Morgan. I reside in Fairbanks. I'm not affiliated with anyone. I was the only girl on my high school wrestling team, graduated class of 2014, the only girl on my high school co-ed wrestling team, co-ed sports in the 2010s. I was pretty successful. I competed against boys and girls, but mostly boys in my league. For everyone who is trying to make the assumption that they are taking some fairness away from women, I don't know. I'm sorry if you're just bad at sports, but I don't see this bill as unfair. I think it's unfair to put these adult issues on trans kids. I think it's unfair to put these adult feelings on trans kids of transphobia. And the fact that suicide is a public health crisis here in Alaska specifically, this bill will reinforce the narrative that we're not taking it seriously. Thank you for your time, committee.
Thank you. Appreciate curtailing it at 1 minute. So that was Taylor Morgan. Next up's Rebecca DeBusk. After that would be maybe Cedar Polta. So Rebecca DeBusk, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for hearing me today. My name is Rebecca DeBusk, and I am in Palmer, and I strongly support Senator Shelley Hughes' Even the Playing Field Bill, SB 140. I'm just representing myself. Being a God-created female, I stand behind this bill because it will provide protection for biological women and girls in sports. It would preserve the gains won in Title IX in the 70s. It will protect biological females against unfair competition with biological males. God created male and female and provided each with unique qualities. The male is stronger by design. This gives an advantage when competing in sports. If they lived the life that God gave them, they would not need hormone blockers or estrogen therapy, as one caller suggested. I believe if a biological male wants to compete in sports, he should compete against other biological males, no matter what he may believe he is. He should not be able to have an unfair advantage over biological females. One caller said that sports is not about winning or losing. However, it would most certainly be about a biological female winning or losing a scholarship or self-confidence due to the unfair advantage that a biological male has over a biological female. On this call, I've heard several social workers, counselors, ministers, and ministers' wives advocate for transgender children, which breaks my heart. They should be speaking to the God-given purpose for these children who are created in His image. God wasn't confused when He created them as male or female, and He loves them so very much. Once children know that God loves them and created them, they will no longer be confused and will live a peaceable life, knowing they have a loving Heavenly Father that has a purpose for them. I do not believe this bill discriminates against trans people. I believe it supports biological females and their right to compete on a level plane. As has been pointed out, there is a male swimmer that couldn't see gains in winning records, so he switched to being a female athlete and is now shattering female records. This should be a huge clue to the advantage that males have over females. Please do not punish females by giving into an agenda that is promoting confusion in our children. Males need to know they are males. Females need to know they are females. God created them that way for a specific purpose.
I'm sorry, you're beyond 2 minutes. Could you wrap it up?
Yes, thank you so very much for supporting SB 140. I would request that you act accordingly and pass this bill. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Cedar Polta, followed by Bert Huff-Talling. Cedar Polta, if you please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
This is Cedar Polta speaking on behalf of myself from Anchorage, Alaska, in opposition to SB 140. Athletics taught me so many invaluable skills, including how to lose gracefully. These invaluable skills have nothing to do with gender. The spirit of Title IX is to create more pathways to athletics and so many other opportunities, not to cordon athletics off and safeguard who gets to participate in the pursuit of better rankings. So let's go back to Title IX's key phrase, no person shall be excluded. That includes trans people. That includes trans women who are every bit as deserving of Title IX's protection as other women, because trans women are women. I live in Anchorage now, but before that, I lived for 2 years in Palmer, Senator Hughes' district. In 2016, while living in Palmer, I came out to just my closest friends as trans and non-binary. I was 28 years old, living alone, figuring things out in a community that was new to me. Living in Palmer as a trans person was not a comfortable or at all times safe experience. During those years, bathroom bills, as they call them, were prolific. People were literally debating where I should be allowed to pee. And those individuals that felt most uncomfortable with trans existence felt no need to mince their words or hide their sentiments. I was informed directly, repeatedly, and emphatically how little I belonged. At 28 years old, I was an adult. I could cope, but I still struggled. I struggled to feel safe in my state government job where my rights were regularly debated by my coworkers. I stayed in the closet at work until I left the Valley. And though I love the Valley, it's hard for me to think about moving back because it's hard to feel welcome there. So now we're here proposing another transphobic bill. This one aimed at telling all youth that they will never be recognized for anything but their genitalia. How does this help anyone? We know trans youth get exceptionally bullied. We know they are often pushed to suicide. It breaks my heart to think of trans youth in the Valley terrified to be who they are. Why create another rule that makes it harder for them to simply exist and live lives the way their siblings and friends get to, on teams where they feel like they belong? Looking more broadly at this bill, what are we accomplishing here by defining children by their genitalia in a state with the highest rate of child sexual abuse in the nation? Why are we picking up children's skirts? Why are we inspecting their genitals? In response to the assertion that birth certificates are adequate proof, my birth certificate states that I'm non-binary. At least 5 states currently allow birth certificates to list sex as non-binary. So that doesn't work. Regardless of how it's justified, this bill is a bizarre overreach that will harm countless children, teenagers, and college students, adding to their traumas and creating another obstacle for them to overcome. For what? To protect the egos of people who haven't yet learned to lose with grace? This bill is wrong, poorly thought out, and should not advance. Thank you.
All right, that was Cedar Polta. Next up is Bert Huff-Talling, and beyond that is Julia Donoto. So Bert Huff-Talling, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Bert Huff-Talling. I'm out of Big Lake. I represent myself and my daughter. First, I'd like to say is I identify as a human being, which I wish every single person here calling in today to testify would do the exact same thing. Biologically, I am known as male. That's what science says. Biologically, my daughter is female. That is what science says. I have never heard so much racist, discriminatory, hate-filled speech given in a single setting than I have heard here today, and against all people, women. The LGBTQ trans community of Alaska, those in Fairbanks, the majority of them that have called in here today who have rallied against this bill, you guys are the most discriminatory bunch of people I have ever heard from in my life. How dare you keep discriminating against a biological woman, trying to say that a male is equal to a woman, biological woman, a biological male is not equal to in either direction. You are uniquely different, something that you guys have stressed upon over and over and over again, uniquely different. I am 100% for this bill. Biological males need to be competing against biological males. Biological females need to compete against biological females. In the entire world, only 1.7% of the 7 billion plus people identify as intersex. In Alaska, that is less than 100 to 1,000 people that may have both genes within their body. Out of them, only 2.2% of them actually have the body parts that will show that they are both. This isn't a transgender bill. This is not an intersex bill. This is a biologically definition that science has defined for a very, very long time now as male and female, and the very rare intersex population, formerly known prior to 2006 as hermaphrodites, is not the question of this bill.
2 minutes.
It is what is fair. It is unfortunate that females in
You're
our
at 2 minutes. Can you please wrap up?
Are no longer receive their scholarships because a biological male can dominate the sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Bert Huff-Talling.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Machicki. It's been a while since I've worried about the names of who's sitting up here.
I know. I'm very sorry I do have to leave, but I will watch the timestamp from the testimony I've seen, and I will review all the remaining testimony. But thank you. I do have to. I have another commitment.
Thank you, Senator Machicki. Next up is Julie Donoto. Beyond that will be Melissa Seifus. So, Julie Donoto, please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Julia Donoto. I'm from Denali in Interior Alaska, representing myself. I oppose SB 140. Last week I heard this is about fairness, and it is fair to let trans kids play sports. Women's sports include trans women. Girls' sports includes trans girls because trans girls are girls. To the people like Senator Hughes that say they're fine with trans people, but ultimately not when it comes to sports, trans people can't be cut in half and exist in one place but not in another. If you support trans people, you support them everywhere. And those experts, yes, air quotes, experts that were heard from last week are just people full of hate making their circuit around the country. So hard to watch, it was a joke. I will join the chorus of Alaskans saying SB 140 is proposing to solve a problem that doesn't exist. SB 140 would put all children at risk, exactly what many people have brought up. Underpants checks of trans and cisgender kids. Traumatizing, horrible, not okay, and from adults, hopefully not from people like that coach that called in as an expert last week that talked about girls' childbearing hips. For people who say kids wouldn't need to be checked, please, how good does someone have to be at sports before they're accused of being trans and need to be checked? Please. Please don't play into the hands of people outside who wish to use this as their puppet. This is not about sports. We see through it.
Thank you, Julia Donoto. Melissa Seifus, and after that would be David Neese. Melissa Seifus, please state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Melissa Seifus. I'm calling from Anchorage, Alaska.
I'm calling to state my opposition to SB 140. I believe the true aim of this bill is to solely exclude transgender people from participating in sports with peers of their gender. The claims of inherent physical advantages made by proponents of this bill are baseless and rooted in transphobia. The enactment of this bill will violate trans and gender nonconforming students' right to privacy and further stigmatize trans teens from their peers. If we truly care about trans kids in our community, our laws should support and include them, not separate and exclude them from public life. I ask you all to oppose SB 140 and allow trans youth to participate in sports among their peers. Thank you for your time.
All right, Melissa Seifus, thank you for your public testimony. David Neese will be up next, followed by Susie Crosby. David Neese, please state your name, affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Yeah, David Neese from Anchorage, but currently down on the Kenai Peninsula, former Inupiat land conquered by the Denai. 75 seasons I was coaching in Anchorage, everything from 7th to 12th grade. I did cross-country skiing, cross-country running, and track and field, all of which had divisions for males and females. This bill protects Title IX. When I went to college, we did not have an equal number of male and female sports as is required under Title IX. This exclusion of non-biological females is to pass and get out of committee, it actually protects Title IX, which guarantees the federal money that comes into our school districts because we have an equitable amount of sports opportunities. There is nothing that guarantees you in the Alaska Constitution privacy from having a physical, which is required by the Alaska State Athletic Association to participate in a sport. What it doesn't have on the physical is whether or not which sport you're in. Coaches are not going to be checking kids. I never had to do a turn your head and cough for any of the boys that were on any of my teams. I don't do physicals. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nurse practitioner. So I think the idea that this is an inequitable bill is there is inequality in our sports now because of allowing and not having a prohibition from allowing people that were born with an XY chromosome to compete against people that were born with an XX chromosome set. You have to protect our girls from people that want to compete against girls to be unfair.
2 minutes.
I agree with the people that tells you. All right. So I support 140. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, David Neese. Susie Crosby's up next, followed by Marina Day. So Susie Crosby, please state your name, affiliation, your location, and begin your public testimony.
Hi, Susie Crosby, speaking on my own behalf from Wasilla, Alaska, in support of SB 140. Thank you to Senators Hughes, Reinbold, and Schauer for standing up in protection of girls' sports. This is not about being transphobic or having anything against transgender persons. People are welcome to make their own choices for how they wish to identify and should be able to live their lives accordingly. But that being said, when transgender athletes compete against biological women, women's sports are no longer women's sports. They become essentially unisex athletic events. This bill would protect the opportunity of biological girls throughout America to compete on a level playing field against other girls. I should have said Alaska there. In 1972, when Title IX finally paved the way for women to compete and excel in sports for the first time in American history, we would undo that progress by allowing trans-identifying biological males to compete and robbing women of the very opportunities afforded by Title IX. There's a reason some competitive events, like debate teams, for example, are co-ed. There's no inherent advantage to having or lacking either gender's size, strength, or hormones. Even the Iditarod, like most other dog races, has just won division, recognizing that the true athletes in that race are the dogs themselves. And if you think about in the middle of the pack of any co-ed sport, there's always going to be some women who will beat some men. I can attest to that from my ski racing days when I could routinely beat about 2/3 of the guys in a giant slalom or a downhill race. But whenever you look at the top three placings in almost any competitive sport, you'll see a clear pattern of the top men's finishers coming in ahead of the top three women. That's because when it comes to competitions where stature, strength, stamina, and speed determine the winner, Post-pubertal biological males have an indisputable and well-documented advantage over their female counterparts, which is why men's and women's divisions exist in both team and individual sports. Addressing those fundamental biological differences. I've heard a lot of red herring arguments presented today. This bill isn't about the potential for sexual assault in locker rooms. It's not about the need for panty checks. Show a birth certificate when you're signing up. It is a matter of simple fairness and physical safety.
2 minutes.
Interestingly, even Caitlyn Jenner is on record as opposing transgender girls, saying it just isn't fair. It's just not fair to women who had to wait for decades to play sports, to have to compete against women who were born as men. It's the ultimate dilemma in this era.
Can you please wrap up?
All is the big issue of the day. Women's rights, I'm wrapping it up. Women's rights versus transgender rights. You can't have it both ways. Please support SB 140.
All right, thank you so much, Susie Crosby. Next up is Marina Day. Marina Day will be followed by Elizabeth Chase. Marina Day, if you can hear me, state your name, affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes. Marina Day.
Hello.
I hear you now.
Marina Day. Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you now.
Oh, excellent. My affiliation was the United States Constitution in the great free state of Alaska. I live on the lands of the Diné in Senator Bishop's district. Thank you for allowing my testimony. Thank goodness we don't live under the Russian authoritative regime anymore. I played on the women's hockey team in Fairbanks that won first place in the men's league a few years back. Our best players played with the boys. They were conditioned from an early age to play better, to get stronger, to move faster. It has been very popular to introduce discriminative legislation as of late. Enough already. It is time to oppose and deny such harmful legislation. SB 140 is un-American and unconstitutional. It's trash. Evident by Section 1418-160, where the author used and supporters Reinbold and Shower included compliance protections, so this bill cannot be disputed by caring adults and organizations. The author knows this bill smells rotten. This bill is constitutional by Title 9 of the Federal Code, which states no person in the United States shall be on the basis of sex be excluded, etc. The narrow view of biological sex mentioned is not supported by research or science. There's also a question of enforcement. Who will join the core of gender police? What of the children that are intersex? This is such an imposition to the rights of privacy of children. It's simply gross. Trans kids have a right to be happy and have productive lives. To quote Leah Thomas, before I came out, I couldn't visualize the future. Hands off our children. This bill is only good for greedy Trumpish-era fundraising.
2 minutes.
These are not men. Do not allow this passage. Kill the bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Marina Day. Elizabeth Chase will be followed by Sarah Chappell. Elizabeth Chase, please, if you can hear me, state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Chase. I am living in Kasilof, Alaska, and I am representing myself. I absolutely support SB 140 because it is not discriminatory toward homosexual, gay, boys, girls, the LGBT, as many of the testimony has alluded to. This isn't bigotry. It isn't cruel. What it is, it's cruel to the girls who are doing our sports. And so this bill is to protect our young ladies from an unfair advantage of a biological male entering the sports. It's as simple as that. I completely agree with what Christy Marvin had to say and Judy Elrich. I don't know those people, but they were very eloquent in what they had to say. So I won't take too much time except to say I absolutely support this bill. And it's really sad that we have to even bring a bill like this forward, but seeing the problems that the lower 48 is having, I applaud the people that brought this bill forward as a way to nip the problems that the gay community are bringing and pushing on our girls. So I support 140. Thank you.
That's Elizabeth Chase. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Sarah Chappell, followed by Chammy Kruger. Sarah Chappell, if you can hear me, state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Sarah Chapel. I'm representing myself. I live in Haines, the land of the Jilkat Kwan and the Jilkoot Kwan. I'm the proud mom of 3 awesome children. One's graduated and 2 are currently at Haines High School. The vision of the Hanesboro School District is for all students to achieve their full potential by prioritizing a culture of inclusion that honors diversity and is founded on safety, respect, and responsibility. I was serving on the Hanesboro School Board in 2016 when we adjusted our policies to include gender identity in our non-discrimination policies. And frankly, it was not a controversial decision, especially given the fact that we had a trans student at Haines High School at the time. Haines has always prioritized funding for our students. We're a small district, funding is always tight, and we're forced to make tough choices. But we know activities, including sports, are essential for some students. In fact, they can be the one thing keeping a young person engaged and thriving in school, no matter their age. Activities foster belonging, camaraderie, improve self-confidence, and they're about so much more than winning or losing. The idea that we deny that opportunity to a child because they're living according to their true gender identity is ridiculous. We put students first. I am opposed to the premise and the detail of SB 140, and I ask that you vote against moving this unnecessary and discriminatory bill out of committee. And by the way, that student I spoke of, she wasn't born in Haines. She moved here as a teenager, and she could have been met with disdain or ridicule or isolation, and instead she was loved, she was supported, and she thrived. Our young people deserve our respect and support and should be allowed to participate in sports and all activities in concert with their lived identity. Anything else is nothing short of harmful and cruel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next up is Chammy Kruger. And Chammy Kruger, and beyond that would be William McKenzie. So Chammy Kruger, if you can hear me, please state your name, affiliation, and your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Cammy Kruger. I reside on unceded Dena'ina land in Wasilla, Alaska, and I am the parent of a trans youth. I represent myself. I am calling to actually address Shelley Hughes directly. I would like to know what makes my son not my son, and why you feel it is necessary to dictate who my child is. I would also like to ask each individual here who believes that God created my kid, why he would allow such discomfort to reside inside such a little body. As an individual who identifies as queer and has my entire life, I know who I am, who I love, and what I stand for. I do not understand why this bill made it this far, or why Ms. Hughes believes that it is necessary to waste time and money on something that is not a problem. I also want to stress that this bill violates the Alaska Constitution. We have a right to privacy and self-determination in this state, and because of this bill, if it were to pass, it would end up in litigation and cost taxpayer money. I do not think that you have thought this through entirely. Please oppose Senate Bill 140 and stand with all of our trans youth. To all of our trans youth that are listening, I love you, I support you, I see you, and you matter. Thank you.
All right, that was Chammy Kruger. Next up is William McKenzie. William McKenzie will be followed by Jamie Yu. William McKenzie, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is William Colin McKenzie. I am unaffiliated. I'm here representing myself, and I'm speaking to you from Fairbanks, Alaska, and I oppose this bill very strongly. I'm a lifelong Fairbanksan, and I both participated in and coached high school athletics, and I can very, very, very strongly attest to the importance of athletics for youth in our communities. Without that community to build on, to grow with, a lot of kids are simply lost. And I feel like this bill is incredibly harmful and very, very unnecessary. As many people have pointed out, there are no legitimate studies or legitimate data to support their arguments. I would also cite that Alaska is an incredibly hard place to live in. And we have such a high suicide rate here amongst adults and teens. And I feel like putting these individuals at greater risk is truly tragic. I'm not going to cite, I'm not an expert, I can't really cite a whole lot beyond that, but I do believe that this bill is politically motivated and not motivated by anything that's morally just. Thank you for your time, thanks for letting me speak, and thanks for being here on Saturday.
All right, thank you, William McKenzie. Next up is Jamie Yu, will be followed by Jacqueline Goforthy. Jamie Yu, if you can hear me, state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jamie Yu. I'm coming at you from Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm speaking for myself. I'm a trans man. I'm a non-binary trans man. So when I'm speaking today, I'm speaking to all my trans sisters out there, now and forever. I want you to have the same opportunities that I did growing up. I participated on a fencing team, and I had a lot of fun. I learned a lot. I made tons of memories. You know, that was a very important experience for me. People have gone over how important sports is. And, you know, in fencing, if you're taller, you have an advantage. Okay, and the captains and people who were on the team tended to be taller. You know, the captains of our girls' team, she wasn't that good. She was just tall. She stuck out her arm and she hit the other person. And you know what? If Jenny is taller than me, right, I can't, and then she's a starter and I'm not a starter, I can't sue her. If Jenny is rich and she gets to go to all these like elite schools and she gets a coach and stuff, you know, I can't sue her. But if I think, you know, what this bill is letting me say is that I think Jenny's trans. Oh, you know, I think she's trans, and now suddenly I'm allowed by law to sue her, and the school is obligated to step out of the equation. By the way, I oppose this bill, if it's not clear. Have you guys looked at it? It's the most vague thing I've ever seen. It says, okay, we're going to discriminate based on sex, you know, and doesn't even define sex. May I remind you that sex is still not federally defined, and there's no consensus within the medical or scientific community. It also doesn't state what depriving you of an athletic opportunity or quote-unquote harm or injury to a person or the school would even be. It's so vague. You want like a better like discriminatory bill against you want to weed out trans people? Do something more specific. All the examples that keep on coming up, track and field, not every sport is track and field, and not every person is competing on like the Olympian level. This is not a common sense bill. I don't know why people can't keep saying that. You know, and you know what Title IX was made for? Title IX was made because at that time people were incredibly discriminatory against women. People wanted to exclude women from college and like from stuff like debate teams, which was brought up earlier, from stuff that we today say there's no like biological difference or whatever. That's not what Title IX like existed to quote unquote to protect.
2 minutes.
About, women. Okay. Well, anyway, oppose this bill. It's not common sense at all. And thanks for your time and letting me speak today.
All right, Jamie Yu, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Jacqueline Goforthy, followed by April Garza. So Jacqueline Goforthy, if you can hear me, please state your name, affiliation, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jacqueline Goforth. Am I live? You can hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Sorry for mispronouncing your last name.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful, thank you. I am a voter in Palmer, and I am strictly for SB 140 for the obvious reason that I have been studying archaeology for years, and there is a forensic difference between men and women. There always has been. It doesn't matter what gender you say you are. You can only say that when you're conscious, because your unconscious being will tell what you are. If there is a plane wreck and everybody is burned beyond recognition, this is what the National Institute of Health tells us will happen. It's from the National Institute of Health reaction-based SRI gene study. Sex determination becomes the first priority by a forensic investigator in the process of identification of bodies mutilated beyond recognition due to a mass disaster. Sex determining region Y, the SRY gene, is used as a sex typing marker as the results are said to be 100% accurate. Therefore, an experimental study was conducted to rule out the possibility of the presence of SRY gene in tooth pulp and dentin after being exposed to various environments. There is a biological difference between male and female. There always has been. There always will be. The only time you can be a gender other than what you were born as is if you are conscious. Your unconscious self will always tell what you are. Thank you.
All right, Jacqueline, go for it. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is April Garza, followed by Jamie Olson. So April Garza, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
My name is April Garza. I am speaking on behalf of myself, and I am in Eagle River, Alaska. And I am calling as a mom. I have 6 children. I've had a kid in the Anchorage School District for the last 20 years. I myself am a product of the Anchorage School District, and I am so disheartened that this is even a topic for discussion. Trans athletes are the gender with which they identify. Having this discussion even is discriminatory toward them. I have to ask, how many trans athletes were interviewed or had a discussion or were able to talk about this as you were crafting this legislation? How many trans adults were questioned about any of this? How often did someone take the time to ask the people who this bill is about what they thought of it or what it really looks like to be a member of the trans community? Even opening this up to have this dialogue attempts to negate their existence. I identify as a woman. I was born a woman. I'm a biological woman per your standards. And with that comes the responsibility of caring about every single person that I come into contact with, regardless of how they identify, how they look on the outside, or how they behave even in the Senate.
2 minutes.
Creating this legislation is demonstrably discriminatory, and I strongly, strongly oppose it. Thank you.
All right, April Garza, thank you. Next up is Jamie Olson, to be followed by Tracy Wise. So Jamie Olson, if you can hear me, state your name and affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes. Oh, sorry, looks like we lost Jamie. Next up would be Tracy Wise or Weiss, and beyond that would be Greg Weaver. So Tracy Wise, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and your location.
Yes, hi, my name is Dr. Tracy Weiss. I'm a board-certified family nurse practitioner as well as psychiatric nurse practitioner, coming to you from unceded Dena'ina land, also known as Anchorage, Alaska. I'm the clinical director at Identity Health Clinic, Alaska's only health clinic that works directly serving the needs of the LGBTQ2IA community. I'm frustrated that I'm here again in front of my legislature defending my community's right to exist. Social determinants of health. As a healthcare provider, I know that access to safe recreational spaces is one of the social determinants of health that lets people build the foundations that they need to self-actualize and be well. Senators, I would like any one of you to come look one of my 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old transgender female clients in the eye and tell them that they don't have a right to participate in sports, a right that is the very basis of their self-actualization and right to be themselves. I have never heard so many misrepresented scientific facts in my life. Where is the evidence that biology supports 2 sexes? There isn't. Where is the evidence that genetic science offers us 2 chromosomal combinations for gender? There isn't. Where is the evidence that there are women being harmed by the presence of transgender women in sports? There isn't. What there is evidence for is a disproportionate burden of suicide completion, IV drug use, unhoused status, chronic physical and mental health conditions that we as a community have to pay for and serve. It doesn't make any sense. All of you should be ashamed of yourselves for considering this piece of legislation. I echo what many of my community members and fellow scientists have said here today. This bill is a waste of time, and there are other issues like sexual abuse, domestic violence, and suicide that we need to be paying attention to as Alaskans. Thank you for your time today.
All right. Tracy Weiss, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Greg Weaver, to be followed by Mark Zimmerman. Greg Weaver, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes. Greg Weaver? I'm sorry, Mr. Weaver, if you do me a favor, just start all over again because they were a little slow on the mute button over here. So state your name, any affiliation, your location, and we'll start your 2 minutes.
Greg Weaver, calling from between Big Lake and Wasilla. I'm affiliated with lifelong Alaskans and disabled veterans who live on the road system where the capital should be. Also, I'm affiliated with logic, common sense, and nature, not science or those who choose to pick and choose, genes and hormones and want to talk about selective parts of science and ignore the others. I am a believer in God. I'm a father, son, and provider to those who care about. Both my father is a 100% Marine Corps disabled veteran. I myself am also disabled. I've got a DOD secret security clearance. I'm a defender and provider for those I care about and love. I've also been called a lesbian trapped in a man's body as well. I'm also one of the most hated, member of the most hated demographic groups in this country. I'm a middle-aged, straight white man who believes in common sense and working hard. With that said, we all have disabilities. Some are inflicted upon us at birth. Some are chosen. All of this perverse calling about killing this bill are people that are making choices to be transgender and not who they want to be at birth. That is their choice. The choice is being enabled by doctors with fat pockets and surgeons of the same nature who enable their abilities to live the life they want to live. I imagine many of the callers today are alone and probably antisocial attention seekers. I encourage all the custodians of these people to look at yourselves and your likely lack of parenting. It's not all your fault. I blame a lot of it on Washington, D.C., but still you need to be accountable for yourselves. I take pride in the fact that I've raised my kids naturally and organically to depend on themselves and defend themselves.
2 minutes.
You say the same. You are stepping on women's rights by denying this bill. These rights have taken...
I'm sorry, can you wrap it up? We're beyond the 2 minute mark.
All right. And I just want to encourage all of you to just take a look at yourselves. You know what's right and wrong. I appreciate Shower, Hughes, and anyone else who is promoting this bill. It is the closest thing Juneau has ever put out that I would actually lay down my life for. If you want a tranny league, go and appeal.
I'm sorry, Greg Weaver. You're way beyond 2 minutes now. We have to move on. Mark Zimmerman. Mark Zimmerman will be followed by Jacob Barra. And I'll just remind the people, we want to give everybody 2 minutes. We're working, I think we're on our 4th hour now. And so we are going to get to the bottom of this list, but please understand that we're trying to hold people to 2 minutes. So Mark Zimmerman, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, I am Mark Zimmerman, calling from Anchorage, Alaska, which I have called home since my birth. And I am representing myself and my many amazing trans friends and community members who have put their lives on the line to be who they are, and I call with a heavy heart. This biological investigation, as it were, is by no means the last step in the overreaching agenda of politicians now playing chromosome police. As we have seen in such states as Texas, Idaho, and Florida, these sports bans are more often than not the vanguard for bills that have led to the complete stripping of any LGBT-related topics from schools or the despicable prevention of any trans children from receiving gender-affirming medical treatment at all. As much as reactionary politicians want you to think their move on trans children will end with sports, it definitely will not, as similar bills have shown. Moving on, adults with situational power constantly investigating both trans and cis girls will not protect female adolescents. This is invasive under current medical privacy laws. Minors who were girls at birth will find themselves frequently surveyed in an uncomfortable and predatory manner. Minors who are girls by transition are even more vulnerable as a result of this bill, combining already disgusting genital surveillance levied against their peers with the prospect of being tossed out and suffering severe mental and physical health consequences. Giving state-sponsored immunity to child molesters, which the language of this bill implicitly allows so they can survey children unopposed, is not protecting school sports. I am surprised that conservative traditionalists in power are suddenly so concerned about women's rights, despite the many biological women calling in opposition of this. So forgive me for sensing a hint of more politically motivated intentions, especially given that specifically trans girls are targets of this, but not trans boys. Do you care if trans men are able to perform with cisgendered men like myself?
2 minutes.
Close with the understanding that we were blessed by the Lord with wheat but not bread, grapes but not wine, stone but not brick. To see my fellow Christ followers denying trans youth the ability to share in the joy of his creation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Zimmerman.
I apologize.
Thank you. Yes, we were trying to hold people. You were knocking on 2 minutes and 30 seconds by then. But Jacob Barra will be followed by Aaron Willahan. So Jacob Barra, if you can hear me, please state your name and affiliation and your location and begin.
My name is Jacob Barra. I'm from Peters Creek. I'm a constituent of Senator Hughes, and I'm representing myself. I also have 2 daughters. I've been an educator for 19 years and a high school cross-country running coach for 16 years. In the classroom and on the trails, I've worked hard to create an environment of inclusion. My coaching philosophy is all abilities are welcome, everybody races. I'm strongly opposed to SB 140 because I believe it will undo all of those efforts. More importantly, this bill will further harm the mental health and well-being of trans youth in schools. Being trans is not my life experience, but I teach trans youth every year, and I see the tremendous pressure they face to be welcomed and included. And my heart still hurts for those who choose to harm themselves as they struggle with being accepted by others. I also don't see many of my trans students flocking to sports teams, and because of bills like this, I frankly don't blame them. I'm ashamed by this. We have so much more work to do. I was curious about the testimony today to learn about my community and what they thought of this bill, and I'm proud to hear the overwhelming testimony against SB 140, that there are so many who are compelled to speak in support of our Alaskan trans youth, to surround them with love and protection. There have been so much more eloquent testimony in opposition to this bill than anything else I can provide, so I'll just conclude by saying, don't let those who aren't scientists lecture you on biology. Don't let politics or religious feelings exclude all of God's children from being welcomed and included. With respect, let's not invoke the names of notable athletes when testifying on this bill. Let them speak for themselves. Please oppose SB 140, and lastly, please devote more time to ensuring trans youth are supported and loved here in Alaska. Thank you.
All right, that was Jacob Barra. Thank you, Jacob Barra. Next up is Aaron Willahan, to be followed by Maureen Longworth. So Aaron Willahan, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Erin Willahan, and I'm calling in from Anchorage, where I reside. I'm a lifelong resident of Anchorage and a former student athlete at the high school and collegiate level, and a cisgender woman. I am opposed to SB 140. This bill is egregious, discriminatory, hateful, dangerous, and unethical. I think all of the testimony against this bill so far have hit the nail on the head with why, but I want to specifically talk about a couple of things. It's a myth that allowing trans athletes to compete will harm cisgender women. Trans women are women. Excluding women who are trans hurts all women. It invites gender policing that could subject any woman, trans or cisgender, to invasive, discriminatory, and harmful tests or accusations of being quote-unquote too masculine or quote-unquote too good at their sport to be quote-unquote real women. This is divisive, stigmatizing, and creates truly deadly risks. This myth also reinforces stereotypes that women are weak and in need of protection, but the real motive of SB 140 is clearly not about protection. It is about excluding trans people from yet another public space. Meanwhile, athletes vary in athletic ability, whether they're trans or cisgender, and this is often due to reasons far beyond any pseudoscience around biological sex assigned at birth. For example, consider factors like parents who spend thousands of dollars on a child's personal training for a sport outside of school. There's literally no evidence to prove that the very same cis girls who have claimed that trans athletes have an unfair advantage do not already consistently perform as well or as better than transgender competitors. As a student athlete, both on the varsity girls flag football team and a player on the University of Oregon's women's rugby team, it's been an honor to compete alongside my fellow teammates and opponents, trans, non-binary, and cisgender alike. And the true threats I felt as a student athlete have come from lack of funding for women's sports and honestly the anti-LGBTQ discourse such as this that has hurt the people I love, the family that I found on sports teams. Trans women are women, and every woman and girl has the right to participate in sports and play as well as to privacy. Shame on you for even considering this bill at all and for subjecting trans youth and the community to being forced to endure the vitriolic, dehumanizing discourse that this hateful bill creates. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was Erin Willahan. Next up is Maureen Longworth, and following that would be Caitlin Kirby. Maureen Longworth, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
My name is Dr. Maureen Longworth. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
I'm in Juneau, Alaska, where I'm a lifetime member of the American Academy of Family Physicians, and I've been a physician practicing in Alaska for over 30 years, although now I'm retired. I direct you to the evidence-based recommendations of the American Medical Association. I am, however, speaking for myself, but I'm citing their evidence as the reason that all of us can feel more comfortable if you please vote no on this legislation. Citing how discrimination and feelings of inequality contribute to increased mental health problems, drug abuse, and suicide in our children and teens as evidence, the AMA specifically opposes any legislation that would compound the stigma and discrimination that transgenders face. They specifically address sports discrimination in their recommendation to not allow this kind of legislation in our communities. It is obvious how discrimination against any individual or any group of individuals contributes to dis-ease and social unrest among all of us. Please, for the health of our community and the individuals in it, vote no on SB 140. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Maureen Longworth. Next up is Caitlin Kirby, followed by Jeremy Hawk. Caitlin Kirby, if you can hear me, state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Kirby. I'm a gay woman in Haines, and I'm calling on behalf of myself. And I strongly oppose Senate Bill 140. This bill is discriminatory and misogynistic. This bill perpetuates harmful gender stereotypes, targets and invades the privacy of children. What kind of precedent are we setting by not only allowing but encouraging the kind of legislation that will limit a person's right to privacy and autonomy? Requiring educators to single out children who are perceived to be different and exclude them from activities with their peers after putting them through a highly questionable and humiliating process of confirming gender is far from fair or common sense. Trans women and girls are women and girls. What gives the government the right to decide what makes a woman a woman? Telling women that we need to prove that we are women is dehumanizing and blatantly unconstitutional. If this isn't an example of egregious government overreach, I don't know what is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin Kirby. Next up is Jeremy Hawk, and he'll be followed by Kristen Mrozowski. Jeremy Hawk, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, and your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Jeremy Hawk, representing myself in Kasilof, Alaska. I'm in strong support of this bill. We need to protect biological women's rights before they are eroded even further. A lot of people that are opposed to this bill have used a lot of hyperbole, untruths, and all-out lies, like coaches and teachers will be checking the pants of, everyone. Like a gentleman said earlier, they already have to have a physical, and that determination is made by the doctor. So please stop telling those lies. And the things I find gross and creepy is where young biological women will have to share locker rooms with biological males. That's gross and creepy. And then I imagine they have to share hotel rooms when they're on the road at times, and that's gross and creepy. And that is all. Thank you.
All right, Jeremy Hawk, thank you. We lost Kristen Rosowski. Next up is Aaliyah Preston, and Aaliyah Preston will be followed by Molly Miller. Aaliyah Preston, if you can hear me, state your name, any affiliation, and your location, and start your 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Preston, and I am from Wasilla. I am strongly for this bill. As a mother and as a teacher of literally dozens of young girls, I've seen the input that sports has placed onto their lives and how it has changed them forever. And I'm hearing from others that have talked about the Title IX that they've lived before Title IX and how it has been just detrimental to their lives as the things that they've had to undergo not having, and the things that have been changed for the good, and just to take a step back in our society and let males come in and to dominate our sports. It's just really unfortunate and unfair that we would even have to have this bill. But here we are, and we do. My son has been listening to many of the testimonies, and he has said over and over again, why aren't they talking to the children? The children will tell you that they don't want to have mixed genders in sports, that they like having the separate sports. I've heard other male students talk about how they don't want females in their sports because they don't want to hurt them. They want to be gentlemen. They want to be kind. They want to be those types of things. And, it's just unfortunate that men would want to be in female sports. They would want to be hurtful. There's no way to be able to play sports well without having to be in people's faces and in touching places maybe that they wouldn't want to be touched. And it's just very unfortunate that we have to have this bill, but we do, and I'm strongly supporting it. And I'm very thankful that we have legislators who are taking the time today to listen to testimony both for and against, and I'm thankful that you are there and have written this bill. So thank you very much.
All right, Aaliyah Preston, right at 2 minutes. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Molly Miller, to be followed by Elizabeth Mering. So Molly Miller, if you can hear me, please state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Molly Miller, and I am representing myself. I live in Kodiak, Alaska. I was born and raised there and have currently moved back as an adult. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I strongly oppose SB 140. There has been very many people who are way more eloquent than me outlining the egregious violations of basic privacy rights, the awful effects of targeting trans girls, and I just want to reiterate that this is an awful bill. Trans girls are girls, trans boys are boys, and the transphobia expressed by people who support this bill is outrageous. I urge you to think of all the children, not just cis children, but also the trans children, and reject this bill. Thank you.
All right, that was Molly Miller. Thank you for your public testimony. I believe we're at the last one. Elizabeth Mering had dropped off. We do have Rose O'Hara, and she did call back. She got cut off short. So Rose O'Hara Jolly, if you care to speak again, we'll give you like another minute or so. I believe you were cut short last time. So if you can hear me, once again, state your name, any affiliation, your location, and begin your time.
Thank you for letting me try again. Fairbanks Internet is not the best. My name is Rose O'Hara, Jolly, they, them, and Fairbanks, testifying on behalf of myself. I am here in strong opposition to SB 140. Names in my family are incredibly important, and the story of how I got my name is one of the oldest stories I know about myself. Before I was even born, my older sister went around and told everyone, my mom is having a little girl, and her name is Rose. My mom proceeded to tell everyone that that wasn't true. She didn't know what she was having, and my name would be Montana. My older sister is quite precocious, and despite my mom's best efforts, everyone called me Rose.
When I was around 9 or 10, I got to know my dad, and somewhere in Rome in an old hotel, I told him that story, and he said, yes, but I called you Joshua. In that moment, something deep inside of me moved like a tidal wave. I didn't have the words for what I felt, but I felt it so strongly. I held the sound of my father saying that name, my name, in my heart for years. And over 10 years later, I told the story of how I got my name Rose from my older sister, and my mom called me Montana, but it never stuck to my best friend, Mike. But I added that my father called me Joshua, and he looked right at me, and he said, your name is Joshua. And in that moment, the same tidal wave of feelings came over me, and Mike held me and said my name over and over again, Joshua. There may be folks in this room and on this call who do not see you, but one day, if you haven't already, you will find your Mike. You will find an entire family and a whole community of Mikes that love you fiercely and see you and love you for who you are, even if you don't have the words yourself. I love you. I see you. We are all valuable. Thank you for your time.
Rose O'Hara Jolly, thank you for hanging on and getting back on at the end of the list. At this time, I see no one else in the room, and I will check with the moderator. All right, so we have exhausted our list of call-ins. Today was dedicated to just taking public testimony, and I want to thank everybody who called in and everybody who came in person to provide public testimony. Seeing no one else wishing to testify, public testimony is now closed. And at this point, I will set Senate Bill 140 aside. Is there any other business before the committee? Seeing no other business, I want to thank the committee members for coming in on their Saturday morning. Thanks to staff for coming in on Saturday morning once again. Thanks to everybody who participated. At this time, let's see, our next meeting is Monday, March 14th at 9 a.m., and we are adjourned at 2:02 p.m.
Hello, my fellow Alaskans. How are we all doing out there today? I appreciate you guys sitting all the way through this. We are just about out of time. Facebook is going to kick us off. We just got to listen to SB Bill 140 and public testimony given there. I would like to know where all those people that are testifying on this bill say this is against the transgender community. Overwhelming testimony for the transgender community today. And we'll do a quick read through on their bill, and then I am going to let you guys all go. Please go to my website, politidic.com. Click that support button. All proceeds go right back into making sure we are able to pay for our restream services that you guys are all watching this on now on either Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, all at Politidic. And again, we're going to read the bill real quick, and then you guys all have yourself a great day. Make sure to like and share. Senate Bill number 140 in the legislatures of the state of Alaska, the 32nd legislature, second session by Senator Hughes, Reinbold, and Shower are the sponsors of this bill. Introduced 5/12 of 21, referred to education. So obviously this bill was brought in last year. A bill for an act entitled An Act Relating to School Athletics, Recreation, Athletic Teams, and Sports, being enacted by a legislator of the state of Alaska, Section 1 as 14.18.040 is amended by adding new section to read. In this section, sex means biological sex. Section 2 as 14.8 is amended by adding the new section to read Article 2 designation of athletic teams and sports. Section 14.18.15 athletic teams and sport designations. A public school or private school whose students or teams compete against a public school must designate each sport sponsored athletic team or sport a male, men, or boys team sport, a female, woman, or girls team sport, or a co-educational of both males, men, and boys, female, women, and girls, mixed team or sport. A student who participates in an athletic team or sport designated female, women, or girl must be female based on the participant's biological sex. Section 14.18.160. Compliance, compression, protection, a governmental entity, license, or accredited organization, athletic association, or school district may not consider a complaint open an investigation or take adverse action against a school or school district for complying with the AS 14.18.150. Section 14.18.170. Liability. A student who is deprived of an athletic opportunity or suffers direct or indirect harm resulting from a violation, as 14.18.150, may bring a private cause of action or injunction relief, damage, and any by other relief under law against the violating school. Section B, a student subjected to retaliation or other adverse action as a result of reporting a violation as of 14.8.150 to an employee or representative of the school, school district, or athletic association or organization, or to a state or federal government entity who oversight authority may bring a private cause of action against the retaliating entity for injunction relief, damages, and other relief available under the law. If a school district suffers direct or indirect harm as a result of a violation of AS 14.18.150, the school or the school district may bring a private cause of action against the violating entity for injunction relief, damages, or any other relief available under law. An action brought under this section must be commenced within 2 years of any event given rise of the complaint. Section 14.18.180 definition as 1.14.18.150-14.18.180. School means an elementary, junior high, secondary, or post-secondary education school. 2. School district means a borough school district, a regional education attendance area, a state boarding school, and the state centralized correspondence study program. So if it's a government-ran homeschool program, then or state-run, then that falls under this category also. So bottom line is there is the bill. Not once, nowhere inside of this entire bill does it say anywhere in there that there is anything to do with discriminatory towards the transgender or the LGBTQ community. It is just it's leveling the playing field. The whole reason why Title IX came into existence into the first place. Women should be competing against their biological sex of other women for their sports, for their scholarships. It is an unfair advantage to have a biological male who now identifies as a female win those scholarships and awards because they are outright beating them off of the sport that they are inside of. Now, if this was a co-educational sports program or a co-sport program where it is both male and female, that is more along the lines of a participation trophy that is given to you. Not many scholarships are given out for that particular department unless you are one of those people that go Heisman, so to speak, in football and that kind of stuff, and you are far exceed any expectations. Then by all means, don't let your gender stop you. I would love to see a female defender out there, linebacker standing up in that front line defending against those other people. That would be a real sight to see, to have that going on out there. Just to give you a concept of perception here, you don't hear of the cases where the community out there, as they are saying, you're not hearing of them losing at the sports that they're now participating in, but you do hear them dominating the sports that they are in. Or you have heard you hear them. I outright would like to see the studies showing where it has not shown an advantage in a sport. That, to be honest with you, when it is an individual against individual type thing, which races are, swim events are. These are not like playing basketball or soccer or football where it is a team sport and each individual person is bringing the entire team to winning victory, not just one person against one person, and only one person on that team is going to get the gold, one will get the silver, and one person will get the bronze. Whoever is the best at their particular event, that is where you're going to rank at. And this bill is going to, it's going to level the playing field. And for all those people that testified today, I never heard so much discrimination in my entire life for a community out there that claims that they are anti-discriminatory, that they do not discriminate. You have discriminated against biological women over and over and over and over again, and that is disgusting. disgusting to listen to that happen. You do not care about your fellow human being out there, women who are biologically a woman. You don't want to stand up for their rights, and that's really, really sad to see and hear. And the community that came out of Fairbanks, and the overwhelming testimony coming from the Denina, it was never, and from the Fairbanks community, both of them combined. If you keep track of what's going on in Fairbanks and the K through 12 schools there, and all the issues that they've had over the years, the boy going into a girl's bathroom, and the girl in there wanted to bring charges against the boy, and the boy goes, well, I identify as a girl right now, so you can't discriminate against me. It made the news in Alaska. If you don't believe me, look it up. And this is the kind of irony and hypocrisy that they want to say is just biology science means absolutely nothing. Okay, I'm done. I've read the bill. I gave my little synopsis, my feelings. Thank you all for being here today on your Saturday. I know it's been a very, very long testimonies going on here. Like, share, show your support. Go to politidic.com, click that support button. All proceeds go right back into, again, paying for the services that are helping stream this right now through Restream. That's about a $600 a year expense, and I'm not a very rich person. I work hand to mouth. So, hi guys, all have a great day. Thank you.